Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from every time zone around this nation of ours, around this world of ours, uh, presumably even on other planets, according to tonight's show. Who knows where you might be seeing this? Perhaps you're seeing this in the future. Perhaps it's the year 4025 when you see this. Welcome, one and all, to Toast to Toast AM. It's been a minute since we've been on, but we're very excited to be here tonight. And I say we, I mean myself, my dog Bella, and my good friend Dave.
Hello. I was starting to think I could have a nap. That was an introduction and a half right there.
Well, we gotta fill time.
We got it. Do we? Is that been our problem with this stream? It's too
A
short.
problem.
We need
We've
to.
been hearing a lot of things. That's right.
Yeah,
A lot of people have been writing in and saying, you know what, we like the show. It's too short.
too short. Yeah.
This ain't no TikTok. They say,
Yeah.
hey,
I don't got 6 hours of rambling entertainment. I've got nothing.
That's right.
Yep.
So welcome one and all to the show. Joining us at the start. We know many of you join, as we go, but they're not here right now, so we can say
They're not
about
here.
them what we will.
Yeah.
You-
Frankly, all my favorite people are here. Wow. Okay. Most of my favorite people are here. Some people are in chat throwing out negative comments and, casting aspersions. We're all trying to we're bridge builders, Paul. We're not building walls.
It's
We're
true.
building
You never know,
bridges.
Dave. There might be people new in chat who are maybe just skeptical.
Yeah. Also, some people maybe
first.
just are jerks.
Oh, I see.
Shannon.
All right.
Anyways. But yes,
Well,
if there is anybody new in chat, welcome here. We're really glad to see you. It's wonderful. I think you're going to have a really good time. We're going to have a really good time. This is going to be great.
It's
So
going to be
great.
great.
Yeah.
We already have a member chat, Dave.
Oh my goodness.
From the good friend of the show, Mark Fernkov. Says, you've been gone so long, we listening to Art Bell without you. Well,
I mean, I can't in good conscience advocate not listening to Art Bell. I think
true.
you should listen to Art Bell without us. But also, I'm sorry we've been gone so long.
I am sorry we've been gone so long. Yes, there's a
gone.
There's not that many. So there are quite a few episodes. I think that the chances of us doubling up.
And to be fair, we usually listen to about 25 minutes of them. So
it's true.
You could just listen to the other 3.5 hours of any particular show and just sort of catch the full experience.
We have a daunting task ahead of us, Dave, because the show ahead of us that you pitched a couple of options to me, and and the one that we selected, we haven't, partially because it's shorter. We have an hour and a half of content of this particular interview. Once the music and various things have been trimmed, so we'll see. We may not make it all the way to the end tonight. We'll see.
We may. There's an offhand chance we might not get through the entire hour and a half.
So so that'd be homework for you after the stream's done. But because we are not going to we're not going to allow our slavish purpose of listening to the show to interfere with the fun.
No, absolutely.
Or, frankly, to interview with the needs, nay demands, nay oppressive commands of our sponsors.
That's right.
Because this fun, you can't throw a party for free.
Oh, but before Paul, we forgot. We forgot. We forgot something.
We got. Has Timothy Harmon reminded us?
Yeah, good point, Timothy Harmon. It's the start of the show.
Start of the show. Called Toast to Toast. So
not that we've ever done a toast at the end of it, but
no. Well, I have.
What should we toast to tonight, Paul?
We should toast to world peace.
Sure. Yeah.
and to
Maybe have two of them.
alien computers.
And to alien computers.
Cheers.
Jeff Goldblum was right.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go. We could toast to Jaws. That's a
Woo.
good point, Scuzz Bopper.
Oh,
What do you
that's
got
right.
tonight, there, friend?
That was Black Barrel Tequila,
Ooh, very nice.
and the rest is just pedestrian.
Well, fair enough. I'm drinking Bumbu
Ooh,
tonight.
Bamboo.
Always like Bumbu.
Very
And
good.
for the first time, Cannery Brewing Kindling Imperial Stout, which is
Ooh.
surprisingly delicious, and I'm very happy with this. Mm.
But my pedestrian beverages are out of my special toast-to-toast tumbler.
That's an amazing tumbler, Paul.
Indeed.
But everybody wishes they had such a sexy tumbler.
It has come to my attention as of the time I did not. I don't remember who won last week. The last time we had a show.
No, me
But
neither.
they did send me a note, and and I did nothing about it. So
well, sounds about right.
So normally I'm on that a little more closely than that. So anyway, I will rectify that.
Too late. We can fix it. We can course correct.
Oh, it will happen. It'll definitely happen. But cheers to also all the current Toast to Toast Tumbler Club members.
Yes.
And also cheers to all the Black Box Club members.
Yes.
Who were voting with their emojis early in the show, I noticed.
Who are not me. Who are not me.
No, you can't you have no way of getting a black box emoji onto the screen.
Nope.
No.
Because I refuse to be to kowtow to a corporate overlord. Which is what I call it.
But here's the thing. If you give $1 to Google,
right,
they will give us 70 cents back.
I see.
So it's like we're making money.
I invested $100,000, Paul, and I made $35,000.
So,
yeah,
you'd be crazy not to.
You'd be crazy not to. Yeah.
So Scotty Orange says, why not the Fly computers? Is he referring to the Jeff Goldblum classic, the Fly?
I assume, yes.
I don't recall specifically the computer technology. I recall very much the pods that were in his apartment.
I mean, he had computers controlling them.
I know, but I'm saying that the computer tech wasn't memorable to me, standing out. But we will get into the cyclical nature of
time
and using future advancements to fuel current innovations. That will come in due time. But as I mentioned, you now derailed us. I'm sure that there's probably some CFO.
Yeah.
Some marketing officer getting nervous about his job.
Yeah. No CFO was looking, but there could easily be some sort of
no, the CFO was like, we spent our good hard-earned potential money on this and nothing's happening.
Yeah. Well, we want our friends to to feel like we earned their hard-earned money. Is that right? Did I say that? Does that make sense?
Sure, let's go with that.
Anyways, Paul, I really am tremendously excited to talk about this week's sponsor. As I like to do, Paul, I was laying in bed one night this week, trying very hard not to think about the many mistakes I've made and the people I've hurt both emotionally and physically in the decades of my time here on Earth. In an effort to distract myself from my many, many shortcomings, I was reading some new technology news. And Paul, what I saw there, frankly, amazed me. If I'm being completely honest, I thought I had stumbled across some kind of AI spoof video. The article I was reading described a device so fantastical, it could have easily leapt off the pages of the most imaginative works of Jules Verne or H.G. Wells. And yet, Paul, the more I looked into this, the more evidence kept mounting and mounting that not only was this theory scientifically sound, but that this was no mere theory. This was being bandied about by eggheads in their ivory towers and universities. No, This was a real working machine that had already been built and operated in the real world. In my excitement, I quickly reached out to these people, explained our show, what we were doing, and I guess maybe the just like the excitement and sense of wonder my voice must have carried through, because it wasn't, I swear, half an hour and we had a deal signed and I was free to talk about it. And Paul, prepare your mind to be shocked and awed as I take a moment to talk about the truly innovative work being done by our new friends and the sponsors of this week's episode of Toast to Toast, flying machines. That's right, Paul, flying machines. And I'm not talking about some tawdry balloon or flimsy kite. No, those are children's toys, Paul. And making them larger just makes a larger toy for larger children. No, I am talking about heavier than air contraptions of stainless steel, polished aluminum, and the rarest burnished walnut to add a touch of class and elegance that is demanded when one soars majestically through the skies, trespassing on realms that were formerly the domain of majestic birds and weird flying bugs alone. But no, now thanks to flying machines, humankind can extend their ever expanding sphere of domination to the heavens themselves. Now I can understand that you're all skeptical. You're all saying, Dave, you've fallen for one of these internet scams. This is nonsense. A locomotive, the most powerful machine on Earth, can propel itself no more than 20 or 30 feet through the air, no matter how steep or large a ramp you use. How could some aluminum can outdo that? Well, to all the doubters, I say, if powered flight is impossible, how do you explain this photo? You can't, because it's the truth, Paul. This is happening. And it gets even better. There are a dizzying array of flying machines available to travel and potentially crash in. We have fixed wing, we have swept wing, we have flying wings, we have rotary wing, and apparently they even have X-wings. It's incredible. In addition to all this, Paul, all of these amazing innovations, all of these fantastic machines that you can travel faster than you would have dreamed possible anywhere on Earth, the good people at Flying Machines have a very, very special offer specifically for the viewers of this channel. Anyone who uses the promo code Toast to Toast, that's TOAST, the number 2, TOAST, the next time they are purchasing a flying machine of any variety, they will receive at absolutely no extra cost or expense a small black box. They don't tell me what the box is for, but they say it's probably a good idea to carry it with you every time you use your flying machine. And it's free, so why not? Anyways, Paul, don't walk and don't run, but jump and flap your arms until you fly into your nearest distributor of flying machines today and pick up a flying machine of your choice. You'll be glad that you did. Flying machines.
So, you know that sounds crazy, right?
This is what I'm saying. But
okay, so I generally have a policy, Dave. I like to.
Do I need to hold up the photo again?
Well, on my other channel, I like to have a policy that I won't, work with a sponsor unless I've tried the product.
Right. Yeah.
Were you able to? Were the good folks at Flying Machines
right
able to supply you with the flying machine for you to try?
No, unfortunately, it's just the time didn't allow it. Right. This was I only learned about these flying machines. It was, I think, Wednesday of this week, so there just wasn't practical time. But I've been assured that I will get to ride a flying machine this calendar year.
So this was my second. So, that answers. So are these machines? You're somehow able to get inside the flying machine, or
absolutely,
these machines?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like literally, you can have a dozen people in one. It's pretty incredible. Yeah. Just winging across land and sea, and they travel literally.
Like, how many 100 feet do you think?
Oh, miles. That's the thing. Upwards of 70, 80 miles an hour. You
an hour? You think
hour.
that someone's going to get inside a machine for an hour?
Well, they serve drinks. So
that's pretty good.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. All right. You didn't mention you buried the lead there. You didn't mention the drinks in there.
Oh, there's drinks.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Well, thank you to our good friends at Flying Machines, and
Thank you so much.
I'm skeptical. I can't wait for you to report back.
See? Huh?
I can't wait for you to report back on your experience, your
Oh,
personal experience.
I'll make sure to bring my Polaroid along to document it.
That's excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be great. Oh, we got some
Yeah, we got with the brain cramp. Oh, that's not the first one, but we'll go with that. It's on screen now. Do you have code that allows full tube of toothpaste on the flying machine? It
no,
seems
that's
like you
full
should
of
be able
fluoride
to.
and it gives you autism. So you don't want that.
Does it give you space autism or space or air autism?
Sure, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
That thing
All right. It doesn't fly, as they say.
doesn't fly. Yeah.
Can't. There's
What do we have?
Shannon Q.
Well, actually, going all the way back, there was one from Hugh
I understand, but
Jars.
I'm going. We're
Oh,
working
we're
backwards.
going. I see. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Q.
there's a welcome to the chat, Shannon Q.
Yeah, welcome.
What is your next Nova Scotia adventure with Wish, Dave? Oh, I gotcha. I thought it was with Dave. I was misreading.
What's my next Nova Scotia adventure wish? Ooh. You know what? I have never seen Peggy's Cove. Maybe that.
Have you not?
No. What's the? It's not Peggy's Cove. The highest tide on Earth. What? Fundy Bay. That's the one, right? That'd be kind of cool. See the tide coming in.
I've literally not taken you to either of those things.
No, you're a bad friend. We did see Oak Island, which is actually very disappointing.
It's true.
Yeah.
Except for the, I like the story of the production crew telling us we couldn't be there. That was kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We could go to PEI, which we deliberately chose not to go to because it's like, well, but see, this is good because now there's things. It's a reason to come back.
No, it's true. Actually, it's true. Because I'm excited. There's some people coming to visit me soon here, and they deliberately like, yeah, we've seen, we've seen the Peggy's Cove, we've seen the high tide. So
I'm just really hoping I get a chance to maybe do some weeding this time. I don't know if there's any like bricks that need replacing in your pathways or walks, just whatever.
There's some general repair, for sure.
When's the last time your spark plugs were changed? I could get on that.
Yeah, I definitely. I got some electrical work for you to do. Yeah, we can. It's all good.
I like to be useful.
Yeah,
I like to be useful.
Hugh Jarez.
That's not what it says. Say it right. Say it right.
Hugh Jars.
There you go. It's closer.
Hugh Jars says, an alien tried to probe me once, but he didn't take long to realize they were woefully under-equipped.
I mean, it's right there in the name. So, yep. Story checks out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that a matter of pride that like no? I have such a gaping maw that your little probe isn't gonna do nothing for me. I don't know.
Hugh felt the need to give us good hard Australian dollars to I'm just
sometimes people put up their things to be more of a confession, and sometimes
I guess
it's
that's
a brag.
true, yeah.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Sometimes clearing of the conscience. Yeah.
Exactly.
So Mayo doesn't like the way I pronounced aluminium. No. Too bad.
Thank you so much to the chat. One of the aside from the lucrative sponsor deals, what keeps the lights on and keeps the juice in our cups, as it were, is your super chats. So we appreciate those and the interaction that happens.
Did you put the Quasi Mayo member chat on there?
I thought I did.
Maybe you did. I don't remember now. Not even drunk yet.
In
there, Shannon posting in chat about all the things I did for work last time I was at your place. Oh yeah, there we go. So
do these flying machines also come in metric?
No. They're flying, not nonsense.
Right? They're not from Europe.
Yeah. There's nothing freer than the sky, so we use freedom units for everything.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. You can't take the sky from me, Paul.
You take my land.
Yeah.
I needed to look up the movie Beautiful Mind this week.
The Russell Crowe one? Is
the
that?
Russell Crowe. And
Yep.
I hadn't realized that Alan Tudyk was in it. And man, he was a baby. He was just
really? Was he like one of his buddies in university?
Yeah, he was one of his college buddies. And
I don't
not a lot of
remember him in
lines,
that
but it's
at
just like, oh, it's little baby Alan.
Mhm.
Yeah. He, as from the Firefly / Serenity, but also currently, I believe there's now a rule in the new CBA that he lends a voice to every movie. I believe he has to be featured as a voice
in every animated film, or like every movie. Everywhere?
I believe just every. There must be some percentage of movies that come out have to feature.
Well, I mean, there'd be like non outside of the guild system.
I suppose your indies are exempt, I guess, but from the major studios, it seems like, yeah, he's got to be in. He's got to be in all of them.
Got to be in everything. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so this show, as you can tell, is about honoring Art Bell and listening to the Art Bell show.
Yes. Yeah.
But before we explain that, we need to divert for a super chat for a moment. Thank you, Scotty Orange, for the super chat. We appreciate you. Might be a member chat. Thanks for this nonsense time. Wait, the nonsense has yet to begin. Let me assure you.
Yeah,
the nonsense is all ahead of us.
We're still well into sense.
That's right. We're still in the sense mode. All right. Art Bell had a show, had a few shows in the 80s, the 90s, and the aughts, and it was an AM show started at midnight in general, and featured guests of all type, all kind.
Yes.
And often giving us the stories that the other media wasn't brave enough to tell.
Exactly. Yes.
So such is the case for this episode, which happened in, I believe, February of 1998, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Oh, and we're playing bingo tonight.
Oh, and we're playing bingo. So I've been putting the bingo link in the chat. Dave and I have our bingo cards here. I've already had a drink.
That's why I think I can.
You can't mark anything else off because we haven't even played Art for a single second yet. So there's nothing else. Oh, no. Oh, you mean you can post a link.
To be fair, there are things that could have been checked off without Art, but none of them should be checked off yet.
No. All right. So in this episode from February,
Shannon, be honest. Are you a little tipsy? Have you had a couple already tonight? Because I got this square right here to check off.
He's
all
ready.
We know is Shannon is ready for bingo. Anyway.
All right, fair enough. Yep. All right, so in this episode, they'll explain it all. I've listened to only a couple minutes, but it was delicious. So I'm anticipating some good times. Watch it'll be like the first 5 minutes were fun, and then the rest will be
off. All right, there we go. I got 2 already.
Joe Hill, thank you so much for the member chat.
Yes.
Says almost 3 years of Toast to Toast AM. That's truly impressive. I'm not sure what is impressive about that.
The fact that we haven't killed each other yet. I think it helps that we're on opposite sides of the
I was going to say that there's, they haven't perfected the killing via text message yet, so.
That's what you think. How naive.
I'm just saying I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying they haven't perfected it yet.
I'll find the Art Bell episode and we can throw it on. Shandy had a very good line. Toast to Toast is the highlight of my sometimes. Yep. That should be. We should make that into a T-shirt.
That's right. That's right. That's the
Out of
review.
my
That's on the poster.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All
What's our
right.
schedule? Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yep.
Oh boy. Well,
Anyways.
we're never gonna get to even what this is, which is great.
Yep.
All right, Timothy Harmon. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what are the crown number and notations? Oh, I don't know actually.
Yeah.
So YouTube at some point recently launched some kind of feature, some kind of, it looks like to me as some kind of gamification in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
That somehow orders you by how good a person you are, is my understanding.
Apparently, yeah. I want to know. So Michael and Quasi-May are both tied at 100 XP. What's the tiebreaker here? How come Quasi-Mayo has it edged out? I'd like to see the
Yeah,
you know.
so actually maybe people in the chat know better than I, because I don't. I haven't
I
had
apparently
the.
have 25 XP.
I
So
see.
whatever that means. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so someone can let Timothy know what the rules are there.
I'm pretty sure it's um directly related to how much you super chat. So if
Yeah, that's
everybody
right.
wants to get up the board,
I think it's your worthiness to lift Mjolnir, but
yeah. I have no idea. It's the other viewers that you kick from the channel.
that's
Have
right.
fun, everybody. Fight for my amusements.
Because as everyone knows, yeah, there's nothing better in a fan base than to rank order people. In terms of how
Yeah.
much we appreciate you.
How much? Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, we love you all equally, but Scuzzbopper clearly the best.
I mean, I don't want to say who my 23rd best fan is, but it's definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one of you just got a scholarship to Brown, and the other one has a part-time job at the car wash. So,
AZ Cat writes, best sometimes ever.
best
Thank you,
sometimes
AZ Cat.
ever. Yeah.
Reggio's, which
You
is
got a brand new fan.
Which is a cereal from around the time that when I believe maybe that's a Regis Philbin. I believe.
Oh, I thought it was named after a side character in Archie comics. They couldn't afford Archie.
Oh,
so they just paid the licensing fee to get Reggie on there. Yeah. Apparently, they weren't in shelves long.
I was unaware that was still a comic that people were making.
I honestly I don't know.
No, and then I saw there's an episode coming up. So I there's an issue. Let me use the proper parlance. Where Archie and Jughead meets Jay and Silent Bob. So I'm like, okay, well, here we go.
Well, so they clearly are still.
Yeah, they're still still making the stuff. Welcome, Pelagia fan, to Reggio's. Welcome to the show.
So glad to have you here. It's wonderful, wonderful.
Quasi-Mayo wants to know, does this give me EXP? I think he means XP.
That's experience. EXP. That's
experience. So no one tell Quasi-Mayo whether it does or not, so that they will have to keep checking.
It's yeah. I don't know. I don't understand the rules.
We don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I can't say that it doesn't. Maybe you should try again just to make sure.
That's right. No, because you can't solve data. A single data point never tells you.
Yeah, that's nothing.
No, you gotta have at least three points on the graph to be a trend.
The chat points out you are the 22nd best fan on your own channel, Paul. Congratulations.
Which is weird because I don't even like my channel, but okay.
Yeah, I'm like, if you think there's only 21 people who like Paul more than Paul likes himself, you are sadly mistaken. That number.
That's true. That's a long list. Yeah.
Yeah. That would be most people who've ever met Paul. All right.
Unfinished Journey writes, hail Nero, hail Paul and Dave, and hail Flying Machines.
Hail. Oh. David, well, we got more. I'm just.
Yeah, no, we have you can read this one?
I'll read this one. David Iacono has generously super chatted and says, "Thank you for being the only live show on YouTube. How much XP do I get for this?" Well, you're welcome. And again, I don't know. I have no idea. I do not know.
They don't put us in charge of such things.
No. And then new member Paul Regios just making it rain.
That's right.
I'm pretty sure Regios has been in chat before, though.
10 live gift memberships. That means that a various number of people. So let me see. We have Mr. Peabody and Philly 3000 and number of people. Idiosyncrasy.
Yeah. Who else? Say all the names.
I'm not. I can't read all the names. They're all members of the Black Box Club now.
They are. Yes, they can all do something I can never do.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think we're caught up with the with the enhanced chats.
Yes,
that's it. We got everyone, and there's been this has been a crazy day.
This has been a crazy day.
We may never get to actual Art Bell.
This is what happens when we don't have a show for a while. We're so excited.
That is true. When you haven't had a meeting for a while, when you haven't got together for a while, the longer at the start is just the catching up.
Like when you're awake from a week and you come home and you see your puppy and it's just running everywhere. You can't get it to settle down, not for love nor money. That's us. That's Paul and I. We're just excited puppies. So happy.
I will say, my puppy doesn't seem to know the difference between 5 minutes and 5 days. So
well, I have, I'm not saying your dog's a little slow, but
she's pretty.
But she ain't smart. Let's just say that. Yeah, it's good. Good thing she's pretty.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So, where were we? We were on introducing the show. Tonight, Art's guest is going to be Jack Schulman, who I did a little research to see if there was pictures of Mr. Schulman or Dr. Maybe he's a Dr. Schulman. We'll find out, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So it turns out apparently he got so rich from what's about to happen.
Right.
That he now spends his whole time, he can dedicate multiple hours a day to posting right-wing memes on Facebook. So
is that what he does now?
So that, as you can see, so it's one of those ones you can see, like, oh, is this the right guy? And he literally, like, one of his things, previously, I was CEO of the American Computer Company. It's like, oh, great. Okay. All right. Well, I assume, it doesn't say, I assume what happened is he got so rich that he doesn't need to work.
I must be a lot of rich people then, because
he got so rich that he could just spend his whole day posting right-wing memes, which is great. Anyway, if you're woefully low on your right-wing memes, feel free to look up Mr. Schulman on Facebook.
Okay. Yeah.
But and I'm not casting aspersions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm identifying what's happening. It's a where are they now segment.
Yeah, that's what this gentleman chooses.
That's right. That was not an aspersion. That tells us nothing about what's to come.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to explain more, or should we just let it happen?
Let's just let it happen. Art will explain it. Nobody listening to the show knows who this person is.
Jack Schulman, who was recently advanced to chairman.
We're starting bad. Let me.
Yeah.
Although the sound actually was, unfortunately, not the best on this episode.
No, was it from like 98? Something like that? Okay.
But here we go.
Now, Jack Schulman, who was recently advanced to chairman of ACC, American Computer Company, is a computer scientist who, as a contractor, systems engineer, or as an employee developing new technology and providing advanced system design and implementation, has worked for IBM, AT&T, Bell Labs, Data General, Wang Labs, Apollo Computer, the U.S. government, Prudential Corporation, RJ Nabisco, the Bell Systems, Citicorp.
You don't hear a lot from Wang Labs anymore.
I don't think they exist anymore. I might be wrong.
I'm sure someone still has the domain name.
Yeah.
No, don't Google Wang Labs. Don't. That's not good.
They were a big company.
I remember that they were.
Yeah. I feel like they were bought like by CompuServe or something like that. I can't remember. Oh, Getronics. That's who it was. They were acquired by Getronics. Anyways, but yes.
Anyway, Jack's got quite a resume.
Yeah.
And in fact, you know, that's a lot of jobs. Did he do well at any of them? I don't know. That's a lot of places.
Yeah. It's hard to say.
Hard to say. So thank you, Nick Hallen, for the super chat. I've written a new book. It's called How to Survive Falling Down a Staircase. It's a step-by-step guide.
I need to write that down for the end of the show.
Take a screenshot. It's right there.
Yeah, I got a joke.
Thank you, Nick. Nick apparently recently a father.
Oh, congratulations, Nick.
Well, no, I just think that with the dad joke there, it seems.
Yeah,
like
I get it.
Yeah,
I
you got
get it. I was playing with the bit. You're ruining our act, Paul.
All right. Sorry, I got distracted by Wang computers. So.
Yep. That's it.
So I feel like at some point tonight, Dave,
they're the 69th largest computer company in America.
I feel like maybe at some point tonight we're gonna get into a story which I don't think I've ever told you about myself, which is my very first business. So
I don't know if you ever have. No,
I was like 13-ish, 14 maybe. So you know, maybe we'll get into it. It seems related to the topics tonight, but we'll see how it goes.
Good stuff.
Yep.
Singer, Lockheed, Grumman, ABC, NBC, RCA. This man has been around. As head of the Apollo Office of the Future Project for IBM, Kodak, and the Institute of Imaging Science, Jack Shulman successfully translated his own innovation, the use of Windows on a computer display, which he first invented in 1973 onto IBM.
No, that can't be right. Xerox PARC invented that.
I honestly don't know.
Xerox PARC invented the graphical user interface, which Steve Jobs went in and paid like 19 cents for.
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't understand what they had. No, it wasn't IBM/Kodak. IBM/Kodak wasn't doing this. In the 90s. They weren't doing stuff together. Kodak resisted digital for so long. That doesn't sound right.
We're getting into the weeds of like I have no idea.
It doesn't matter. Fine. My own old man shaking at the clouds for the lies.
They were co-collaborators in a joint venture called Technology Service Solutions, or TSS, which began in 1990 in partnerships in image sensor development.
All right.
Kodak sold its stake in TSS to IBM and then purchased part of IBM's copier business.
So my incredulity was unwarranted. So
everything this guy says is true.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what we should learn here. Absolutely, is that so
we have a super chat, Paul.
Yep. So Huge Arse wants me to say
yes
that Salman Rushdie has a new book. Buddha was a fat prac.
I think he means prawn, which is Australian for shrimp.
It's a fat prawn.
Yeah, it's just a typo.
Or prick. I'm not. It's tough to know when the wild card is in there.
It's tough. Yeah,
I need to buy a vowel, as it were. All right. Well, thank you so much, Salman Rushdie. You know, we like to promote his work, his fine work on the show. So thank you for the heads up on his new book.
Heads up. It's nice to see him out there staying busy.
Exactly.
I mean, Apollo, the Sun Terminal, and other computers in the late 70s and early 80s. Now, why is he here tonight? Let me read to you from a CNI report. Few people in recent memory have kicked up as big a ruckus on the internet as Jack Shulman, president of New Jersey-based American Computer Company. CNI News has previously reported on Shulman's claims, including the possibility that Bell Lab scientists invented the transistor in 1947 after studying alien artifacts from Roswell or some other UFO crash. An American computer's announcement of a potentially revolutionary invention, the transcapacitor.
So to be clear, he's
Yeah.
accusing the invention. Accusing the inventor of the transistor
Yes.
of having reverse engineered this from alien technology.
I mean,
Is that what they just yada yada over?
yeah.
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 So yeah, back the transistor that came from alien technology. Anyway, we're doing some cool stuff at our company. Neat. All right.
Are not alien inspired companies, so you can trust it. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's just throwing shade. Yeah. Fuck those guys with
Bell Labs. Yeah.
They just stole that from the aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So now the question becomes, Paul, did Bell Labs steal it from the aliens, or did the government steal it from the aliens and then was like, look, we need somebody to invent this. This will be out in the world. You're going to make a bunch of money. Everybody wins. Just take this and keep your mouth shut about where you got it from.
I hope we'll get some clarification exactly on some of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. We have another donation.
We do.
$5 super chat by Space Lord of 75. Distracted by Wang was the name of my sadly unsuccessful second album. Look, sophomore albums are tough.
It's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Yeah.
Do you give people more of the same? Then they just say, well, this sounds just like your first album. But if you go too far off, it's like, this isn't the sound that I like. So
exactly,
it's tough. That's the hardest album, I think.
And they suspect you might be that one hit wonder. It's don't blame the name of don't blame it all on the name of the album.
But that definitely didn't help. That was it was part of the problem. Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Transcap.
Yeah, so this is Zictomorph has it exactly right. This seems to me like this all screams when did Terminator 2 was pre-98, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so he just did he just watch Terminator 2 and said, "Well, this is a business model. This is you know what? I could do well with that.
I could do well with that.
Investors are going to love this." All right.
Terminator 2 was like, I want to say 91 or 92. Like, it's quite a bit before 1990.
I think so, because the original Terminator takes place in like 85, because that's when, or 84, well, that's when they go back in time. Yeah.
Yeah. 85 is Back to the Future. I think
someone in the chat can let us know.
Yeah.
Or TCAP, which not only could make the transistor and integrated circuit seem primitive by comparison, but which also may have been derived from study of alien technology as recorded in an old laboratory notebook in Schulman's possession. Perhaps none is more intriguing than the transcapacitor.
All right. So I'm getting details here that I didn't know before. So he doesn't have the alien artifacts.
No.
But he has someone's notes.
Yeah.
About the alien artifact.
Oh, Paul. They never have the alien artifact. I mean, you should know.
2 they did. They had it in the
Terminator 2 is a movie, Paul. Movies aren't real. In the real world, they don't have the alien artifact. They just have. I feel like you haven't been paying attention to this show for the last 3 years.
Oh, fair enough.
I guess to be fair, the alien in his freezer guy, he had the alien artifact. He had the actual alien. And he had
it was right there. His dog was chewing on it, I think.
Well, no, it killed his dog and then he shot it. Wasn't that what it was? He cut his dog in half. Yeah.
Was that the one that had the laser that killed the dog? Oh, man. There's so many.
It was like some beam and like the dog. That was one of our very earliest, but it's one of the famous Art Bell. Yeah. I believe the dog like got cut in half by the alien and then he shot it, put it in his freezer for some reason, where it was just, and then just like left it there for a couple of days, and then it came alive again or woke up, whatever. It's vague. Yep. Then you had
This
an alien.
this story is starting to feel so like the Book of the Mormon. Well, I can't look. I can't show you the golden plates.
No.
I can't show you etchings of the golden plates, but what I can show you is my translations of
Yeah.
the golden plates.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Look. Yeah. No, I didn't talk to Bill Murray, but I did talk to his cleaning woman, who assured me that she left a note on his breakfast nook.
Mhm.
So I think he will probably be very interested in the script. There was a link to the Google Doc there, and I'm sure you'll follow it.
Speaking of Bill Murray, there must be a new Wes Anderson film coming out this year.
The Phoenician Scheme. It's like out in a week or two, or very soon.
Nice. All right.
Benicio del Toro is like one of the main guys in it.
They're putting it out in July. July is a killer's row, man. They can't put, maybe August they'll put it out.
I can't remember what the actual release date of it is.
It's
been like in some film festivals.
We got the Jurassic World 9, and then we got the Superman.
Yeah, no, that I'm looking forward to. That F1 movie actually looks pretty good too.
And then we got the F1 with Brad Pitt of Interview with the Vampire fame.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep.
That's how he's best known. And
Bullet Train.
Bullet Train. That's right. And then there's the Fantastic Four.
Apparently, the Phoenician Scheme was released in June 6th in Canada. So.
Oh no, it's already out.
It's already out. Should try and go see that.
Yeah, we should. Or you should. We're not going to see you for a while, so it'll be out of theaters.
No. That Fantastic Four.
Yeah, so they go straight. This is the problem. They go straight from the F1 to the F4. There's no movies. There's no F2 movie. So F3 movie. F4.
How can I have? Sorry, I'm arguing with you. How can I have an unrelated story? We haven't had anything yet. There's nothing for the story to be related to. We haven't begun the fucking interview yet. But yes, go ahead and check it. That's fine. I can't say no to Shannon.
I mean, it's inevitable, really. That's it's practically a free square.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Yeah.
Schulman has described this alleged device in enough detail to attract the serious attention of electronics experts. Schulman says it already exists and will soon be manufactured into consumer products, like computer memory, with vastly larger capacity than current hard drives. If Schulman is right, his new device will seem, in hindsight, to have appeared as if by magic, with almost magical properties, just like the transistor did 50 years ago. Needless to say, electronics...
What's that, who?
I said nobody thought it was magic. But anyway. Yeah.
I mean, we'll get to it later, but I do... If this turns out to be... and it's starting to sound like it, where it's basically an extrapolation of what they absolutely currently had.
Yeah. It's transwarp technology.
Like, that is a thing about movies, right? You can tell which futuristic movie when it was made because all the technology is always a linear extrapolation. Like 2000, 2001, the movie, they're absolutely using green screens and everyone's typing on a regular keyboard, I think the only one that breaks the mold of that was Star Trek Next Generation, and we'll get to it later, maybe. But
all right, I'm going to throw this out there for chat. Yeah. I'll say Y2K, Shannon, because again, I can't say no to you, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't count.
It has to be Paul from the show.
It has to be. They have to say it on the show. It doesn't count unless they say it. Unless it's the squares that specifically reference Paul or myself.
That's right.
Then yes. Otherwise,
all right.
I can say Hollow Earth all I want. Doesn't mean I get to check my Hollow Earth square.
This technology is going to appear like magic.
Ooh, that's a good argument, actually. Magic, but like real magic. I feel that's you can check that.
Well, we got to hear what it is first, but it sounds like it's coming. Sounds like it's coming.
I think that's probably as close as you're going to get tonight.
We have well-reasoned the Super Hawk.
Yes.
With 3 years of membership. Thank you for all the great shows.
What about all the other shows?
I was going to say, you remember all three?
Yeah, I remember both of those.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
The second
I
Nephilim
understand.
one, and some of the Mel's Holds ones were pretty good.
So yeah, I like the ones where they shot Bigfoot.
That was good. That was good. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing, Space Lord.
Yeah, this is going to be a pedantic technology.
Actually, you're confusing memory and storage, Art. Those are two different things. But you know, it's already hard enough for me to get dates. I didn't need to throw that out there.
My prediction is the guest isn't that up on. I don't know. He is the CTO of some company.
Yeah, whatever. Retro
Cosmeo,
encabulators or
that's right.
yeah,
Thank you for the
hyperfractulators,
donation,
whatever
Cosmeo.
they got going. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah.
How Schulman's device might work, since in his public disclosures he has thus far withheld some important details of its structure, as, by the way, anybody would expect in such circumstance. Those trying.
Back then, we had a term called vaporware.
I remember vaporware. Yep.
Vaporware was a thing during the .com boom, this is sort of in that era. This is the .com boom. People would not specifically have a product necessarily yet,
Right.
but the salespeople would start selling it.
Yep.
To see if they should build it, or maybe they can just get paid without actually ever building it. That's starting to sound like, hey, I got a paper here that describes how the product might work.
Yeah.
But we're looking for investors.
Yeah.
All right.
Not to be confused with abandonware, which is kind of the opposite.
Yeah, it's
kind of the opposite thing. Yeah.
That's a lot of Kickstarters.
It's a lot of Kickstarter. Yeah, nowadays we just call it Kickstarter.
Yep.
To evaluate his claims are required to speculate quite a bit. Nonetheless, a lot can be learned from what Schulman has said. The question is, does his device make any sense? Can it possibly be real? And that is a rather objective story from CNI News. Jack Schulman, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art.
How do you receive?
We have
It's going to be
wrong one. We have a member chat from Vishanti. Actually,
yeah.
Hosts.
Yeah.
Funny.
I mean, Paul and I both can be pedantic when I would say it's accurate, and feel free to correct me, that being pedantic is actually both yours and mine default state, and we have just learned to restrain that part of our personality.
I would say that is accurate.
We have to deal with real people.
Only
that's
understand. Right. Only for the sake of social norms that we don't fully understand ourselves.
Well, I mean, I feel like I do, but
okay. Well, I am taking people's word for it that is not always welcome.
I may have a touch of the tism, but less than some hosts of this show. Hard to say who.
The last B&B that Shannon and I stayed at, they had a thing up, the you only live once, and I the whole time I was there. It's like, no, you live only once. It's not you only live once.
Yeah.
And it actually literally ruined part of the time for me. It was like a stupid.
One of my favorites is why is it that have a nice day is a warm, friendly greeting and enjoy the next 24 hours is a threat?
Right?
Yeah. What happens in 25 hours? What?
Oh, my autofocus went wacky. And thank you so much for the super chat from My Unfinished Journey. Vaporware still exists. It's called Tesla and SpaceX. Well, I feel like you can't spray paint vaporware.
No.
So at least two of those things seem like things that exist.
I mean, they might be. You can say what you want about them, but they are actual things that exist and do things.
Right.
Yeah.
So what would be vaporware would be the self-driving car.
The Boring Company. If you want to get on. The Boring Company is vaporware. That's never gone anywhere. He's got.
I knew the concept was still a real, because grifter's going to grift, right? That's what it is.
Yeah.
I just didn't think that. I thought maybe the term vaporware had fallen out of vogue, out of
Oh, I
fashion,
haven't heard the term vaporware
out
in
of out of out of
a
Riz,
long time.
out of
Yeah.
is that
Nope.
how they went? No,
No, just
Nope. Cap.
oh my god. You say skibbity, I
I
swear.
won't. I promise. I promise that won't ever
Yeah.
happen. Even
All
even
right.
out of if you put that on as a bingo square, it would never happen. Yeah. Even out of irony. There's certain things I won't do even out of irony. Yeah.
I would do anything for irony, but I won't do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Hyperloop. Yeah, there's another good one, Chris. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we're not gearing. Yeah, now I've started something. I feel bad. All right, we haven't even heard this guy's voice yet. We gotta get
No,
going.
yeah. All right, we just had the intro.
Yeah,
He's
we're an
Jesse
hour
and
in.
I internet report. Does that seem fair to you?
Kip's here.
I think it was most eloquently spoken by yourself, Art. I got to compliment you because you and I have not really had too much time to chat in the past.
No, we've not.
And I've heard your show, and I'm quite flattered that CNI News bothered to carry any information at all about it.
Well, Jack, if what you claim to have is in fact what you have, then it represents a giant leap for mankind.
Well, it's interesting, Art, because this all came about as a result not of our making claims to the public so much, as and I think you may have some information about this already because we've tried to relate it to a lot of folks, but we've been for the last 6 or 7 months or so investigating the allegation that the transistor and other technologies developed by commercial research establishments since 1947 came off of, allegedly, a craft of some kind that crashed in the plains of St. Augustine outside of...
I'm glad he said allegedly, so you know.
That's right. I'm a little bit confused. I thought that he was stealing alien tech. He's now pointing his fingers at other people for stealing alien tech.
Oh yeah, no. I think it's that alien tech was stolen. So the initial computer technology.
Yeah, right. Everything, all the tech we've learned since 47 is borrowed from Roswell craft.
Or maybe not all of it.
No, but some of the major exciting breakthroughs are
transistors, basically modern electronics. That was born. But Paul is he's actually invented something that it's built on those principles, but he's taken it to the next logical step, like the nuclear magnet in Mystery Men. It's the next logical step. Yeah.
Nice. Well, this is going to be my problem. I feel like whatever's going to be happening here is next logical step and not really like that we will look back with our 30 some year after the fact perfect hindsight that we would say, oh well, that was that was a radical change, right? I don't think we'll be be looking at that. Well, who knows?
Who can say?
Also,
Paul, all is proceeding as I have foreseen, and our fans are fighting amongst themselves for the number 1 and 2 spot. This is delightful. I'm watching this happen. I'm barely listening to anything you're saying.
See, the good folks at YouTube know what they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh,
they know the people who really need to be entertained are those hardworking creators. We'll give them a show to enjoy.
Paul and Dave, their trivia thing isn't working out. So let's put some other. How about fist fights in the chat?
There you go. I like that. Yep.
Go. You're
Walk to the room. There's one rotisserie chicken and 2 knives. Go.
And my heart only has enough love for one of you. Off you go.
About 13 or so months ago, an individual of extreme influence and power and repute, whom we've referred to euphemistically as the consultant, a person with military communications and other background, had made allegations that were very serious to me that I found extremely skeptical.
Is the consultant an employee of yours, or is he truly in that position? Is he sometimes?
I feel like consultant was clearly in quotes, Art.
Yeah.
I feel like this is what we call him.
Yeah, this is the smoking man.
He's a shadowy figure. That's
that's what this is.
Yeah. We're not trying to say that he's not technically on staff. We play, we give him
Do you remember how excited you were in like 1990, whatever, 4, when the smoking man would show up in an episode of X-Files?
Absolutely. That's when you knew it was
Yeah.
good. We're not
Yeah.
wasting our time this week.
Oh, this is a smoking man one. Yeah. Yeah.
That was back when every show had to put out no one knows why. You got to put out 22 episodes or you're not a TV show. Could we what? But we only have 18 good ideas. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Did I tell you my my X-Files trivia story from a month ago or 6 weeks ago? I can't remember when.
I don't recall if you did.
So it was one of the times I as I do from time to time and occasionally show the results here. I was like, when I was writing trivia questions, actually, it was the last one because it was about Atlantis, and we had the Bigfoot Atlantis thing.
Oh, right. Yep.
One, right? So I wanted to write, I was looking for Atlantis trivia, and I'm like, as always, I'm like, well, let's get, I think it was Claude this particular time. I'm like, I'll get an AI to write some trivia, and we'll see how it is. And then if it's good, then maybe in the future, I can just start letting this go, and then I can actually play.
Oh, I see.
And I both won't know the answers. The AI just has it, right?
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
just trust it. So I said, yeah, give me 10 questions on Atlantis. And the one that I was where in a famous episode of the X-Files, where do Molly and Sculder find the city of Atlantis, which has been buried for thousands and thousands of years and was at one time a colony of the aliens? And the answer is under the Antarctic ice shelf.
Obviously, duh.
Right. And I'm like, oh, I'm like, I don't remember that episode of X-Files. And so then I go like looking, and I spent like a half hour trying to find like, what season was this? What episode?
The movie.
Like, I don't remember it.
It's in the movie.
Yeah. Is it in the movie? It's not in the movie, Paul. There's a UFO under the ice in the movie.
Oh.
There is no episode of X-Files where Atlantis is mentioned. The word is never mentioned in any episode. The AI just 100% made it up. It's just straight fabrication. This, and I'm just like, God damn it, AI. This is why.
Well, you should you should let Mark Altman know this will be the first time that's happened.
This is the first time that's ever happened. Yeah, I wasted 45 minutes of my life.
They'll want to know. They'll probably want to write a scientific paper about this anomaly that you've discovered.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, oh, still apparently we still can't.
No, we're not. We're still a human writing the trivia. Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyways,
we have super chat from.
We got a couple.
We do from David Gilness.
Glines, I would
Glines. I think that's I think you're right. The L and the I look similar. Glines. Yeah. You made me laugh, and it woke up. Is this something I don't understand?
We had baby Mel Zol Glines has been mentioned before. That this is not. You
made me laugh, and it woke me up, baby.
Yeah.
Mel Zol Glines. Thank you. /hate you.
I believe Mel David Zol has let us know about the baby that was named in honor.
That's right.
Of,
no, yeah. But no. I get it now. At first, I was like, "Is this some kind of meme a long time of the hip things that I wasn't saying?" No, that's right. Mel's old lines.
Yep.
Well, we look. We promise that if you are laughing or enjoying this show at all, that is not our intent.
That's an unfortunate side effect.
Look, we can't avoid it. Sometimes it might happen. We don't know. But I promise you, that is not by design.
Yeah. Very much the opposite.
That's right. Quasimeo says,
we don't like to talk about it on stream, but this is actually court-mandated therapy for me. Yeah. Paul has graciously volunteered his time to assist with.
I said, the only way I'm doing it, no one's going to believe these stories I got to tell later unless we stream it. And the court said, why not?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah, the court said, oh, are you still here? You can go. It's fine. We're done.
Yeah, we said 6 months, not 3 years, bozos.
Paul doesn't know. Shut up.
By the way, they haven't paid me in about 1.5 years, so I'm a little upset about that. But...
Yeah, well, shh. I hear there's a lot of that going around.
Look, you interrupted me reading Quasimeo's very important
Yeah,
super chat.
I apologize, Quasimeo. Your very important super chat. I want to hear it. I'm excited to hear.
All right. Quasimeo writes, I got nothing
You
to
know,
say.
here's another thing that I've been wondering. Sorry, I won't do it anymore.
I think the time has passed. Quasimeo had his chance to persuade everyone with his rhetoric.
Well, I hope that bumps you up to number. Well, you're number
And
3. You
his-
got some work to do, Quasimeo. But yeah.
Paid consultant to your company or just an acquaintance?
The better way to describe it is that he and I were working on a completely unrelated to American Computer Company project,
Right.
which American Computer Company was in fact partly funding. The project was an effect.
Well, okay, I don't think.
Oh my god! I almost spit my beer out all everywhere. Okay. I feel you and American Computer Company probably have a very different opinion on that.
I think so too. Yeah, entirely unrelated, but funded by.
This really has nothing to do with them. I mean, they're paying for part of it. It's like, well, I suspect they feel. Yeah.
Look, they're not involved. I use their printer and their photocopier.
Yeah.
And sometimes the fax machine, but they're not technically part of this. So whatever we invent, it's our intellectual property, not theirs.
Yeah. Also, while I invented this, I was working for them and had signed a contract that said all of my inventions belong to them. But that really doesn't have anything to do with this.
What's the card? It says Paul mentioned Star Wars. Fine, I can talk about Lucasfilm. So it turns out I learned like 4 years into my employment that if I had pitched them, or if I had like technically come up with Neozoic or Afterburn or some of the things that I later like sold.
Oh yeah.
If I had have worked on that on the side,
and they
that
could prove that you
Lucasfilm
worked
still
on it
could
on
have
the side while you were there. Yes.
Yeah, while I was there, they could have like, hey, yeah, that's ours now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen things with like engineers, people who work for like IBM, right? Thing where it's like it's part of it. It's like, oh yeah, no, like you invented this while you worked for us, and part of your contract is anything you invent while you work for us is actually ours. Exactly. We'll pay you for it, but but we own this. You don't own this.
Yep.
Yeah.
They actually, the only reason it came up is because there was a couple of people who were working on projects who discovered this, and there was a bit of a mutiny in the company. And they ended up actually removing because ultimately decided, no, I guess that doesn't necessarily make sense. That if you're thinking about a story while you work here,
well, it's one of those things. It's like it's so hard to prove too. Like unless you're like sending out, script bibles or packages to various producers, somebody like, hey, look at this project. It's like, aren't you employed by Lucasfilm right now? Like, yeah. Well, and to be fair, I don't think that's a Lucasfilm thing. I think that's actually
that was actually just standard language at the time. Anyway, it ended up getting changed at the company. So I think actually, I mean, who knows what happened once it got sold to Disney, but they did actually decide, oh, you know what? We actually want our people to be successful with things. So, go ahead.
Ooh, would you say I can check off stating wild conjecture as established fact?
I think so.
Yeah, we've already talked about how it's like, well, the consultant gave this alien tech and just I
feel like everything invented since 1947 came from Roswell.
Yeah.
Did Reggio send another 10?
Yeah.
Wow, Reggio.
Reggios is making friends.
Making it rain?
Now it's starting to look like Reggios is recruiting followers. And I'm starting to get
is there going to be is there some kind of, are we in chance of being thrown off our own show?
I think, look, I don't in any way endorse Joseph Stalin or any of his actions, but might be time for a purge.
Is this some kind of shadow op where you're trying to kick me off this show?
No, Paul, no.
Don't threaten me with a good time, as they say.
I'm sure it's not going to edit all the music out of these things, so we need you to keep on keeping on.
Dave, we're almost 4 minutes into this show.
Holy shit, this is probably a new
whether or not policies and tariffs in place in the telephone industry we're having an adverse effect on the ability of people to use their computers to access the internet, demonstrably avail themselves of technology at a lower price, and so forth.
So you were dabbling actually in the politics of...
I'd actually call it more like a legal and historical assessment.
Okay.
We were looking at it from the perspective.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at the fighting going on in chat as people are up and down and just straight up shit talking to each other.
Perfect.
Yeah, this is everything I hope for.
That's right. So that's what's always been wrong with the show. We tried with the trivia, we tried with the bingo, but that just didn't create enough of an adversarial,
Yeah.
We want an atmosphere where people don't feel safe.
Yeah.
Where people...
The trouble is both trivia and bingo, people can't, take your right answer from you.
Oh, I see.
You get it right or you get it wrong. You have a bingo, you don't have a bingo. Yeah, we need some mechanism where people can actively sabotage your efforts and goodwill.
That's what's been missing in YouTube entertainment. Absolutely.
Yep.
It's the new opportunity to lose something while you're watching.
Yes. Nothing tangible. Something you don't feel an emotional reaction to.
You obviously had a lousy day and you're spending the end of it on YouTube. What can we do to remind you that the world is cruel?
So much.
Oh, let's let that bleed over into your...
You already do. You already remind me of that every time I look at my feed.
You can't just sit there and enjoy a show.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do you got? No cares in the world? Nah, we'll see about that. Not on my watch.
All right. Does this person have any connection to Colonel Corso or what Colonel Corso did?
It's interesting because we had not heard.
That's not the guy from Kentucky Fried Chicken. That was someone else.
I don't know. I'm so lost this episode. We've listened to almost none of it. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Of Colonel Corso until several months into the investigation at American Computer.
Colonel Corso from Hogan's Heroes. That's who he means.
Oh, I thought it was Colonel Klink.
Oh, all right.
We're not, at the time, very knowledgeable about the investigative aspect of the ufology and ETI industry. It came as a surprise to learn that there was actually someone else who was making similar kinds of allegations, albeit from a different time period looking backwards in time, and also from the context of having had personal involvement with the alleged transmission of materials directly to companies like AT&T and GE, suppose.
All right, this consultant at some point then brought to you physical stuff.
Yeah, that's where it gets a little bit strange, because I told him, frankly, as much as I respected his position, that I didn't believe that any of this was so, that it couldn't be true. I had grown up in the shadow of Bell Laboratories. I was quite close to the head of Bell Lab's semiconductor division, and I went to a private high school where my best friend in high school and college was the son of the man who was essentially the de facto head of the transistor project, and before that, a project to produce something called a vacuum triode that made broadcast radio and broadcast television on a nationwide basis a possibility.
Right.
I was literally...
Paul,
no.
Your thoughts?
Is he trying to... Is he trying to say like cathode ray tubes?
Yeah.
That came about from that?
Well, or is he talking about like straight up vacuum? Is it cathode ray? Was that what the
no, that's right. So that's the old TVs.
Yeah.
No, he means actually, yeah, right. So if you have Alan Turing in your...
Yes.
No, I now fear that that's not going to come up because he doesn't think that humans invented any of this.
Yeah. Well,
to him,
we'll see. And I do
Alan
have
Turing
Alan
was like,
Turing, so
he's like the show pony they trotted out. He's like, oh yeah, it was that guy invented in the computer. Right. Vacuum tubes were the precursors of some of our transistors and circuitry. Yeah.
So. And yes, Kip, it absolutely. I think you could go ahead and tick government cover up. That's probably fine.
Yeah, I think so. So am I right in hearing him that his company, what's coming up is, this is where I have ADHD of some sort. We did mention, I feel like we mentioned Alan Tudyk.
Yeah.
And that's pretty close to Alan Turing.
It's not.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure. It seems, because I'm not saying that because it's on my card.
It's on my card, actually. I should say yes.
Okay, all right. Well,
You
then I'm
know
not
what?
gonna.
It's fine. Yeah, actually,
I'm not gonna.
Alex,
I'm not gonna fight too hard for it. Then, all right, fine.
yeah, I should have said yes. Dan.
Dumbfounded by the suggestion.
But can you tell us anything about
You know, it's
the
interesting, Paul.
consultant?
I don't know if you've ever done much or know much about the early days of computing, like the mechanical to the early electronic computers.
I have. I've watched the. I've watched the movie with Benedict Cumberbatch where
Yeah.
he is Alan Turing. Yeah.
Do you know what powered the original vacuum tubes that they used in the earliest computers?
I don't.
It was in fact ghosts. So I'm
No,
just going to go ahead and
no,
tick that off.
no.
right
Art
there.
has to. You have to wait for Art to explain that.
He mentioned it. That's probably good enough.
He did
I'm
not.
also going to mark down number stations in Hollow Earth. All right,
No,
let's go.
None,
What?
None of those. None of
What?
those. Got
Oh,
none.
it's going to be everybody.
I feel
just
like
pay
you know what,
attention.
Dave.
Paul's already started cheating.
I'm gonna take aliens / UFO.
Okay,
I feel like that's fair.
that actually is legitimately fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And Kip's here, so maybe Dead Sea Scrolls will come up.
I mean, you and I will probably say it.
Oh, and it feels like
Next
this
to-
square where you guys can't see where my mouse is. One of my squares I'm in charge of, so we'll see if I get desperate later.
What's the what do you not have ticked off that you have in charge of? Because you have talked about Star Wars.
No, I have not. I have not. I've talked about the company that I worked for.
I already ticked it off, so you might as well tick it off too. And I'm not unticking it.
Connections. In other words, from where this material came, where he got the information, does he give any of that to you?
Well, initially, he explained it to me that he had had a lot of contact with the chairperson of Bell Labs during the time period, heads of various projects. Subsequently, he had consulted to them in a kind of advisory capacity as they prepared for the breakup of the Bell system. And he indicated that he had been taken into some of the innermost circles of this huge, incredibly huge Bell system existed prior to its deregulation and breakup at the outset of the 80s.
Okay.
And he, in that decade before, he'd had several contacts with them that included evaluation of technology for which, in private conversations he had with certain executives, he stated that.
Did you speed this up, Paul, or is he talking this fast?
I did not speed it up.
Because he's just okay. Well, good
He's
enough.
He's got a lot to say. And he's got
Yeah.
is it elevator pitch for Art?
And I mean, he's clearly enunciating. He's well spoken. He's a good speaker. So I think that's good. But it's like, man, he's just blah, 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 blah. He's going through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
They knew they had not come from any form of earthly engineering or research.
The original transistor.
Not just the original transit, but a successive series of technological evolutionary developments that had been directed within the lab's environment by the study of extra-worldly property.
Why would the consultant have brought the transcapacitor technology to you instead of Bell Labs or one of their subsidiaries? In other words, you're a pretty good-sized company, Jack, no question about that, but you're not Bell Labs.
Well, we aren't.
What I'm generally aware of transistors, they ones and zeros and the like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm generally aware of conductors, what they do.
Yep.
Am I hearing him correctly that he's created a transconductor?
Yes.
And what do you suppose that might do?
I assume it lets you conduct at speeds in excess of warp 9. And I think Shannon will back me up on that.
So, because trans can
Sorry,
mean all
I
kinds of
misspoke.
things.
In the excess of warp 10.
Oh,
That's
warp
10. Yeah.
He specifically asked. I think he asked, like, is it a transistor and a conductor? Yeah, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand what those two things combined would do. Anyway, that fax machine, that's just a waffle iron with a phone on it.
That's just a waffle iron with a phone on it. Yep. Yeah. I'm curious
I
how.
don't know. I'm curious what this. We'll find out.
We'll
Maybe
find out.
someone in the chat can let us know.
Maybe this might be another Stargate situation.
Maybe. So I hope we have some moderators in the room because things are getting rough in the chat. We got a
I'm
super
just saying
chat.
yes on everything that comes up. By the
We
way,
got
just
we got a super chat. Eat it, Michael. So things are going good.
and I'd like to point out there are 3 thumbs up on that. On that. So apparently there are Michael's got some enemies here in chat.
We now have factions,
Yeah.
denominations, as it were. That's
Yeah.
actually good for the toast to toast lore, Dave. Is well, maybe this is what after on your 3rd year, you kind of need to have some kind of reformation. Someone's gotta nail something to the door and say, hey.
I mean, exactly. This is the isn't this the human condition, the cycle of history, you know?
That's right.
We
We
have
all
our new
come
moment.
together.
Yep.
For a moment, as you say.
For a while, secular toastism was like a pure and true, and then it doesn't take very long for doctrinal differences,
That's right,
politics to get involved, and next thing you know, you've got the new Reformed toastists, you've got your Orthodox toastists, you know.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, you got the anatoastists out there. It's yeah.
All claiming that they are the true toasties.
Yeah, that they're the true inheritors of the toast to toast. Yeah.
And it's our job to never side with any of them.
To make money off of each equally.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. That's what I learned from Christian apologists.
Yeah. The important thing is that they all realize that in the gift shop we have these commemorative keychains that are now available.
That's right.
And we are now taking pre-orders on the and just, you know, if anyone wants to be number 1 in chat, it's a good way to do it. Let's pre-order some of them keychains.
That's right.
We've got some toast to toast beer koozies.
And some transconducers.
Yep, and some transconducers. Yeah.
Yep.
Labs. However,
that's what on this island Earth, what do they call the thing?
The tubes they go into?
The interocitor.
Or the interocitor, yes.
The interocitor, that's right. We need to transconductors to power the interocitor.
Yeah, how do you I want to know how you use this. Apostolic-tosis. Yep. Yeah.
We have some
the 7th day toastus.
7th day toastus.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the 14th day, really, from our based on our.
See, so here's where it is. All of us, we all have our various doctrinal differences, Shanti, but we all agree that the Baglish people are just they're crazy. Yeah. Oh no, we don't have nothing to do with those bagel peoples. No.
We can all agree. That's right.
Yeah, we can all agree that's fucking nuts, man.
And if you like George Norrie, just get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here. Yeah.
With your blaspheming.
Right now,
that's a heresy.
That's heresy. Yeah.
Unique properties that Bell Labs may not have, one of which is the ability to, not necessarily from the scientific research perspective, but from the intuitive perspective,
right?
The ability to divorce ourselves from the politics, from the ministerial marketing representations that make a corporation what it appears to be to the public, and having much of the same scientific and research background and contacts, albeit not on a scale, a huge, well-respected research organization. I guess he felt that he trusted that our treatment of it would be truthful and thorough, and that we would do everything in our power to evaluate, investigate if the allegations that had been made to him.
Oh, right. The question was, what's he answering? The question was, why did the consultant give the plans to the transconducer to you and not to, say, a more reputable company?
Yes, larger, more reputable, famous. You know,
well,
Bell,
that seems like a good question. Let me tell you.
Yeah. IBM, Bell, General Electric.
Yeah. Seems like all those have much better chance of actually bringing this to market than you do. But off we go.
Because clearly, Paul, as we can see, in the year of our Lord 2025, I have yet, I can't go down to my Radio Shack or what electronic store of your choice and buy a transconductor. It just
What's the current stock price on American Computer Company or whatever it was?
I feel like it's not good.
It's like,
Yeah.
I'd say it's like a market cap of $6 trillion, that American Computer Company.
I did make a crystal radio when I was a kid. I made a couple of them. Did you ever make a crystal radio, Paul?
I didn't.
Do you know what we're talking about?
Not really.
It was a radio. I did one in Stockaders. I think also got. So you can make a radio that functions with no external power using a crystal diode earpiece that can translate the power of the airway, like the actual transmission through the air, is enough to generate sound. So it's like an earbud basically you put in, and you go in and you can make it with essentially any kind of like whatever for an antenna and two pieces of foil that you can slide against each other, which becomes your dial that you can tune to different stations. It's really only AM that it picks up. And it's quartz, it's like a quartz crystal diode, and you can make a radio that requires no external power, and you can make it out of just household stuff. The one thing is you need this one particular sort of earpiece thing. That's the thing that you're going to have to order. Everything else, you can just make this. A child can make this with stuff at home. Yeah.
With the impending zombie apocalypse, we should probably all have one.
You can't broadcast. That's the thing.
No, but you can only receive. I see.
You can only receive. Yeah.
All right.
You need significant power to broadcast. That's never changed. But it's actually kind of cool. And then the one I had, I actually ended up wiring, because I was a nerdy kid, to the eaves troughs on our house, our 3-story house that I grew up in Calgary. It got very good reception. You could pick up radio from really far away, AM radio, and you could listen, and there you go. Anyways, crystal diode radios. Look them up, folks.
When I was in Bible college,
the
one thing, there was many things that were forbidden, but one thing that was forbidden was having a television of any kind in your dorm room. No televisions.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
This was, before you.
Well, broadcast TV was still very much a thing when you were in Bible school.
And they actually literally there was no internet yet, right? Like when I was in Bible college. So anyway, but I found a radio. It reminded me of. Anyway, I found there was this radio that you could get with an AM and FM, but it also could pick up TV, the audio of freely broadcast TV channels. So I took one of those. I thought I was so clever. I took one of those to Bible college. And so when there was sports on that we weren't allowed to watch anywhere, I could just tune in on the we're just listening. No, RA, we're just listening to the radio.
Listen to the radio.
And David Letterman definitely has a radio show now. That's If that's a real thing. Anyway. My religious days were very strict.
I had a different experience than you.
You did.
And his observations and assessments, which
keep in mind, at the same Bible college, we couldn't have a deck of cards that had hearts and spades and clubs. That was
I had none of that. Yeah. I had none of that.
What were you gonna say? To there? Did I miss a super chat or something?
I forgot. I promised someone I would show you. So I got a gift, and I got to grab it and show it to you.
All right. I'll go solo for a minute.
You just go. Maybe we'll actually listen to the show.
If in fact they were true, if these things actually came off some kind of crashed or captured UFO.
He would have had to have imagined that coming from you, though, such an announcement would be in many quarters disbelieved and doubted simply because of the size of your company. Coming from Bell Labs, big deal.
Well, that would be a fair assessment in some quarters. However, I think, frankly, these allegations at this particular juncture, without the final assessment as to whether they are, in fact, 100% accurate or not, whether we announced them to the public that these had been claims that were made to us and we're investigating them, or whether Bell Labs, we felt that no matter who announced, they would be treated with a certain degree of incredulity. In fact, a substantial degree of incredulity.
When did you actually receive the device known as the transcapacitor?
Well, it wasn't.
now it's getting good. Do we want to cut? So this, Paul,
Oh my goodness.
is a crocheted, handmade, one of a kind asparagus.
Okay. I was trying to figure out if this is something from Last of Us.
No,
Okay.
although
All right.
I can understand why you would think.
An asparagus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is I could send you there's a friend of mine who consistently in our text chats will send me a picture of an asparagus, which is a goose with an asparagus head, out of the blue, because they know that it annoys me to no end to see asparagus. So they paid the money to have this custom made and sent to me just as an extra. And so this is Lady Ganderfowl III, Duchess of Pondington, known to her friends as Scarlett Johansson, the asparagus. And I have to figure out maybe just right here.
I'm glad. I'm glad my friends know me well enough not to do that.
The feet, I'm told, were ordered to be as orange as possible, specifically.
Oh, that's your favorite color.
That is my favorite color. This is going to be. We'll have to worry about that. Okay, well, that's just going to fall. So
we'll put
down there. I'll figure that out at some point.
We might see it in the background in a future show. That's right.
Also, if I put an asparagus there, you can't see the Big Trouble in Little China Funko Pop figures, and that is not an acceptable state of being.
Fair enough.
So yeah.
You're not selling ad space during, because you do get full frame during ads. You're not subletting ad space, are you? Like letting people. This is my Etsy store. I'm just gonna put some stuff in the background on Dave's shot.
Look, I don't know. I'm gonna post a link in chat real quick. It doesn't matter. Look, Paul. The point is, we're talking about transcapacitors. That's the thing we should be talking about. Let's all get that going.
This whole show is a side hustle upon a side hustle.
Side hustle for you. Yeah.
Given to us as a device.
Uh-oh, cookies. Shit.
Uh-oh.
If we could have solved this problem.
Now I've ruined it. This is all me. It's all asparagus.
No, it's fine.
It's fine. Whatever. Just whatever. I don't even care anymore.
We're just maybe not going to get the full hour and a half of this.
There's a slight chance.
Yep.
The device known as the transcapacitor.
Well, it wasn't given to us as a device. What happened is, after a period of time during which I had very bluntly stated, Sultan, that I was disinterested in pursuing any course of investigation.
Cough up something physical or go away.
Produce something that would entice me into believing that this was anything more than hearsay.
Of course.
He came back to us with a very succinct sampling of materials from an outside source whom he described as a genuine and very careful pack rat, one of those people who accumulates just about anything and everything around them and keeps them in his or her home.
I'm one of them, so I know.
I heard that by reputation, argue, of a way of pulling things out of your hat that nobody remembers ever having existed.
I have a closet here. When you open it, could fall on somebody and kill them.
Well, hope not. In any event.
So the pack rat.
The pack rat had this aggregation of different things that he had kept from his career, providing services to government and other projects involving Bell Labs. He was something called a shopkeeper, somebody who maintained the plant, as it was called. They have unusual terminology, the land of the true voice. One of the more unique terminologies is to call something a plant when you go there and you're expecting to see very large dynamos and things that go neat. What you in fact encounter are very innocuous looking, very large office, huge, long shelves filled with books and materials and tables with strange looking electronics. He was responsible.
Basically, we rip off our investors, and if they come check it out, it's like, we're a library, not a when we said plants, did you think factory? Because we meant these orchids over here.
Yeah, we meant these orchids. Yeah.
Setup and breakdown of those kinds of labs. When we started to investigate,
by labs we mean we have a yellow lab here who is our friend.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Apparently had a very unique method for operating some of the labs in Murray Hill and South. And they wouldn't tell you if you were fired. They would simply send a shopkeeper down, and he would take the notebook, the aggregation of materials representing your ongoing research, put it onto a rolling cart, and would disappear with it. No instruction, no direction. Just an invitation to attend a meeting the next Monday or Tuesday, at which time you would appear. There would be 2 or 3 individuals, and you would be given a new project. You would never return to the office or lab where you were, and you would now be assigned to a new project. No.
But you said you were fired. If someone took your notebook, that means you were fired. But no one tells you. So you just start working on other projects and you may or may not be employed? You find out when you don't get a paycheck?
Yeah, I was going to say, when like Milton in Office Space. We fixed the glitch.
Excuse me. Look, we're not saying whether you are or aren't fired, but we're taking your notebook, which by notebook he means all the material you're working on. So fine.
Fine.
And then you just start working on something else. I don't know how you get assigned a new task.
Yeah.
None of that.
Wait a minute. Is this your work, or did you get this from the consultant?
This is how they get a free 2 weeks of work out of everybody who they fire. Oh, you were fired 2 weeks ago. That's on you. If you were in here doing stuff.
Yeah.
By the way, we need your notebook and every thought that you've had while you worked here.
Yeah.
On the back for any work performed, no pink slip, nothing. You were just basically fired off that project. Well, apparently, this particular...
So, to be pedantic, there's a huge difference between fired off a project and fired.
Yes. 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 Those 3 words have a huge...
It's a big deal. Also, odd way to phrase it, that you're fired from the project.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and also the company.
Yeah.
And also there's a restraining order stopping me from...
Did anyone in the chat, did they find out what the current stock price is on this American computer company that he's founded?
I haven't seen it, but then
I'm sure it's robust. We should add it to my portfolio.
This is a very robust portfolio. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna Google it here, Paul.
All right, you Google. I'm gonna keep playing.
I feel like Googling American Computer Company though is just gonna bring up like a million.
Maybe things. I just feel like even just from an HR perspective, even if they did invent the conductor from having an alien notebook.
What's this guy's name again? Joshua something?
Jack Schulman.
Jack Schulman.
SHULman. MAN. Or maybe it's Schulman. Might be Schul. Maybe that's his superpower, his super name.
Yeah.
Schulman.
Really is
that's the German version. There's the Schulman.
More than just a notebook. It's sort of like a notebook in the analogy of the entire set of shop manuals for all of General Motors cars. A long collection.
Okay, so is the notebook that you have from the alien tech also a euphemism for something?
I see references to Jack Schulman in reference to American Computer Company, but I cannot find any current.
Yeah, no, this is my facetious way of saying I don't think this was a long-term big name in tech. I don't seem to recall them
their website
making a dent.
Functions. Yeah.
But if you go look up Jack Schulman on Facebook, you'll see that he's got it listed as like formerly CEO of American Computer.
Yeah.
It would have fit into 1 or 2 sofas.
The notebook documenting this hardware.
Notebook documenting not just the
Oh, the 90s, back when you indicated how much information something was based on how many couches worth of books. So how many sofas worth of books it would be.
Yeah.
I tell you, Art, that notebook could be as many books as a sofa. Very good. Very good. I can't wait to hear how much data that the how many sofas worth of data his transconducers can muster.
Conductor.
Yeah. Why can't I say it right? Transconductor.
At this point, I'm enjoying it. It's
All
now
right.
it's become a bit. Yeah.
Maybe in my own head canon it's something else.
But a whole series of
It's like when people don't pronounce Pelagia right, and they're be legitimately like just a sort of form of belittlement.
How do people normally say Pologia?
There's no normal way. Everyone's got their own regional dialect version.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In
breakdown.
the prairies, we
evaluation-
pronounce it dumbass.
Dumas.
Dumas.
Yeah, it's in Quebec.
It's from the French. Yeah.
French. Dumas.
an analysis of things that were given to Bell Labs to evaluate.
Any idea who authored it?
Oh, so our Bell Labs, the Dumases over at Bell Labs, they saw this notebook and said, "That's not for us.
That's not for us.
That's not for us. Why don't you go? Hey, this is Bell Labs. This is not American Computer Company."
This is the
They said,
these are the guys. They're the future.
Do you have a contact information over at that American Computer Company?
They're gonna get this out. They're not gonna just bury it forever
That's
like
right.
those jackasses at Bell Labs.
The portions of it have people's names, like D. Llewellyn comes up quite frequently. They appear to be a mixture of not just research people in the Bell Labs context, but also people from some military research apparatus, and possibly even people from other companies who were coming in as visiting consultative scientists.
As a regular businessman with a regular IBM computer type.
Hello.
You're making some wild presuppositions there, Art.
Hello. May I have an appointment with your CEO? I am a regular businessman.
Yes, I'd like to discuss dividends and various quarterly earnings and other business things.
Does this Earth Computer Company already have transconductors?
I mean, computer company. Yes, of course we're all here on Earth. Yes, I was just having lunch with my other human friend at the stock market.
The regular stock market.
And we were doing a business, and he suggested that perhaps this American computer company would be the perfect receptacle, business to sell my transconducers. Yes.
We were looking for Bell, but frankly, we could not find the entrance.
Yes. They wouldn't let us in. I didn't have a guest pass. And
One day,
I ram my ovipositor down your throat and lay my eggs in your stomach, but I'm not an alien.
This is secretly how Bell got split. The famous Bell.
It's the famous Bell split.
Yeah, they were literally like, look, if we're interested in your transconductor, but if we invent one, they're just going to split us up.
Is that actually true, Michael Mazzaris, or is that just a joke? Because if that's true, that's amazing. That American Computer Company was bought by Frito-Lay in 2003. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. They were in acquisition mode. Yeah. It's the .com boom.
Company, you had to have been utterly blown away by all of this. I remember the first websites that you had up about this. Asked people questions about what they thought about Roswell.
It was in fact precisely accurate characterization. We were.
What you definitely, if you're thinking about investing in a computer company of any kind, frankly, what you want to do is check their websites, see if they have any polls about Oswell, not Roswell. That's what you.
Oswell. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very tentative because, frankly, we were timidly touching our toes in the water on a subject matter that ordinarily we would have thought of.
I think he's mixed some metaphors there. You're touching some toes in the water. All right. Very human. I'm a regular human business person.
Sorry, I was interacting
Being
with Art.
out there.
So was it kind of a plea on your part to say, look, is the whole Roswell thing real? Is there really something to this, knowing all the time that you had more that you were wondering about and you just sort of wanted to verify the whole story?
I think we started to look at it as a satirical and possibly slightly historical, perhaps even to some degree we tried to make it look a little humorous.
There was quite a bit of satire in the early websites.
We really didn't, I mean, there still is a bit, but the point was we didn't know how the public would react to them. We found out, but...
Unlike this show, they had deliberate whimsy.
There's no satire on the internet now.
Mm-hmm.
We had no idea, but we took it upon ourselves sort of courageously to at least try to kick the tires on the subject matter, if you will.
All right, kick the tires is what we'll do when we come back. We're going to break here at the bottom of the hour. Jack Schulman from the American Computer Company is my guest from the high desert. This is Coast to Coast AM.
I don't think I'm getting
now to Jack Schulman.
Right, Paul. I'm looking at my card and it's...
You're not getting the bingos?
I'm not getting the bingo. Yeah, someone else. I feel like there's people a lot closer than I ever could go, but this is, I mean, harp, that ain't gonna ever happen.
We already decided magic, like real magic.
Yeah, you can
definitely. So they just talked about, they had a long, extensive thing about Roswell. I can check off Roswell.
Oh, you can absolutely check off Roswell.
So now all I need is Planet X. That feels like it's possible.
So good luck. Maybe if a caller brings it up. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Of the American Computer Company, which possesses something called the Trans-capacitor, back engineered from alien technology, ostensibly from a crash near Roswell, New Mexico.
So if you're trying to go public in the late 90s, you gotta start up, and you're wanting to. Do you want to just say we've invented a transconductor, which is the most amazing thing anyone's ever heard of, and it's like magic? Do you want to say that we invented that in-house? Or do you want to say we stole this from aliens?
I know what the stockholders would probably like you to say.
I feel like Cyberdyne Systems weren't dumb enough to say,
we based
our semiconductor. We've revolutionized semiconductors, and we got that from a robot we found squished.
Yeah, the super amazing futuristic chip, whatever. It's not a microchip anymore. It's a super future AI robot chip. Yeah,
and where we got that was from a hydraulic press from a robot from the future.
Yeah, that was trying to
kill a waitress.
Diner waitress and some guy
and a homeless man.
Yeah. And for some reason they were fighting in a steel mill.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Look, the important thing is that our quarterly earnings are up.
Right. Like it just doesn't seem like that's not sustainable. Like that as a business plan. Eventually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. Like it's Do
you want to hear a boring story about a potential future nuclear war? Or do you want to get some dividends? Dividends! There we go. Ding, ding, ding. Then balloons fall from the ceiling. Glitter. Yep.
Yeah. I feel like that is not, you don't lead with this. That's the secret sauce. That's behind it. That's how they make the sausage. You don't lead with that. Yeah.
You don't need to know how the sausage is made. You just get to enjoy this delicious sausage. Yep. Exactly.
1947. Jack, what exactly? I understand what a transistor is. I'm a little bit into electronics here.
Answer,
yes, no, gates. I have a basic concept of what it is. What is a transcapacitor?
It's actually a surprising series of concepts rolled into a device. The way the transistor works, as many people, is by having three components layered together. The middle component can cause power to pass between the outer two by varying a voltage to it. Really, that's all it does. It acts like an on-off switch or an amplifier. We were stunned to find amongst the drawing a described device that had propensities for gathering charge, being able to modify that charge in a way that was readable by electronic circuitry, approximately the same size as a transistor, give or take a few microns, and had a few more ways of power entering and leaving it than a transistor, using a slightly different, what appeared to the researchers at the time in the late 40s, mix of mineral, chemical, ultimately, which by...
Okay. Which part Mineral electrical is different than electrical, Dave. Mineral electrical. That's
Chemical, yeah, but I think let's not get lost in semantics
but
here, Paul. This is a guy left. So what I think he's essentially edging towards quantum computing. He's talking about or a semiconductor that has more than just an on-off state, right?
yes, but that doesn't make it in any way a capacitor.
No,
Like that's my like this is not a you have not merged the concept of a transistor and a capacitor.
but it does merge the concept of a transistor and a conducer. So check and mate.
Check and mate. Oh, looks like we got a super chat.
We do for some reason. Why is anyone giving us money? Anyways, we love it. Give us more.
Because we're inadvertently entertaining, apparently.
I guess.
And
People-
or it helps them look.
I feel like people misunderstand our slow descent into madness as humorous japes and fun antics, but you are watching the deterioration and eventual destruction of two grown men. So I hope you're all having a good time. I hope you're all enjoying.
But that's something. But Dave, to be fair, I think that's one of those things you need to watch like on a graph in retrospect with like a supercut, where it's kind of like, look how they were, in 2023.
And I mean, I guess now that I think about it, take a step back. This is nothing new. Gladiator fights and go. This is just blood sports for the modern, the modern audience. We're just sending two middle-aged white guys out there so the corn grows up real good next year. This is what we've come to. Well, I hope you're all fine. Yes, I don't understand. We understand exactly what's going on here, and we enjoy it. Yeah.
The Brain Cramp writes.
Mm-hmm.
The alien crashes that they likely mastered faster than light flight.
Yeah.
And all you can scavenge. This is a good point. And all you can scavenge is a transcapacitor. Yeah. They have an FTL drive or some sort of technology that gets them around. Yeah.
Anti-gravity, maybe
maybe some super strong materials of some sort. Yeah. What we got.
Don't get me wrong. I want a transconducer as much as anyone at American Computer Company, but I feel like there's probably something better we could pull from that. Or is it, what? The consultant's probably keeping the good stuff for himself.
So I do think I have thought about this because, of course, I have. If I was to be in a Terminator situation, you absolutely would want to not jump ahead too far. If you were in the Terminator 2 Cyberdyne Systems situation,
yeah,
I think you do actually want to roll out, slowly. You got to get the ground laid for various things. So, for example, like let's say it's 1988. And you got an iPhone, and you're like, "Hey, everybody, look at my iPhone."
But
there's no cell towers.
No, it's a useless.
And no internet, right? Right. So
there's no USB. There's no any
right.
You could pull up whatever pictures you have on it, like whatever's saved on the iPhone. You can go, and people would be like the screen and the camera and stuff. It's like, holy hell, this is absolutely revolutionary.
Exactly.
But so much of what it can do can't be done because it would be like transporting, an Oldsmobile 98 Royal Classic to the 16th century. It's like, that's going to be real cool until you drive about 400 kilometers with it. And then it's like, oh, now it's out of gas and we can't get replacement power or replacement tires. The technology nobody can make rubber. Nobody can make metal. Nobody can do any of this. We can't refine fuel. Now it's just a rusting art piece.
This is why I do think actually it is more realistic that the good folks at American computer companies, they do actually need to roll out more slowly some of the fundamental stuff. You can't just build the faster than light drive unless you have the transcapacitors,
right?
But there's not no one has infrastructure to make transcapacitors, so if we got to start there.
So this is the question, Paul. If all of a sudden aliens showed up and gave you a Millennium Falcon or a Star Destroyer or a Starship Enterprise, here's your spaceship, it can travel faster than light, you can go anywhere in the galaxy.
Yep.
Do you share that with human race, or just be like, well, bye, fuck off, suckers, have fun dealing with whatever you've got going on here with
I've just gone.
yeah, seems to be an awful lot of stuff going on in different countries and politics and things. Peace out. Call my friends. Hey, everybody meet me at this place at this time, and we out. We done. Yep. I got a machine. You just tell it what tea you want, and it makes it out of nothing. It's pretty cool. We're done. Goodbye, everybody.
I don't know. I feel like at this point in my life, that sounds like a lot of hassle flying around the galaxy. Maybe I'll just cash in on the
Maybe just get shit, and then maybe get a nice place. Maybe at Martha's Vineyard. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hyperspace
is a young man's game, Dave.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Paul. I
Yep.
still, I think my eyes were a little bigger than my metaphorical stomach, as they say. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got
Timothy
some
Harmon.
Chats, Paul.
Yeah. Timothy Harmon, thank you so much to slow the descent into madness of the hosts. Well, we do appreciate that. We're hoping for that soft landing at the end instead of a hard crash, but
not me. It's better to burn out than fade away.
All right.
That's good advice from the Corgan right there. Everybody.
Right. Hey, I got something to say.
Better to burn out than to fade away.
Fade away.
It's the greatest movie ever.
That's right. Scotty Orange. Do they even grow corn in Canada?
They do. Incredibly delicious corn, actually, in certain places. There's a thing called Tabor corn, Taber. Everybody Google
Tabor
it.
corn is so good. That's actually, if
you
need to go to Manitoba, I guess.
Why you don't? But anyways,
no, but if that is a thing they have there.
If you are somehow kidnapped and dragged to Manitoba,
yeah.
While you're there, you can get some corn. If you're there late August,
Mm-hmm.
Early September.
And we actually do sell a lot of our corn to the States because you guys like to put that syrup in everything.
Yeah,
but that was in the times before when we would just sell. There used to be, I don't know if you remember, Dave. We used to just sell things to Americans.
Yeah, we aren't allowed to do that no more.
No, it doesn't. That's not allowed to anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know exactly what happened there.
Problematic. I don't know. I don't watch the news.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very subtle variations of current caused it to change the electropolarity of charge.
Excellent point, Alex Markle. An excellent point, and I guarantee that you can. That's the thing you can use just about anything.
Right. That's why it didn't catch on.
I guarantee. Yeah, that's exactly. This is what killed beta.
Yep.
You know what? At the end of the day, no one likes to talk about it, but that's the truth. That was the nail in the coffin.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is this gonna make me feel tingly at any point?
This is the best show on YouTube. Anybody who says otherwise is a goddamn liar. Well, I'll stand by that.
They're the only ones, so that helps. Mark Fernkopf. 6-year-old Henry Black wants to know when the next episode of Ham and Eggs is. Also, it's an hour past his bedtime, so please tell him to go to bed. Well, Henry Black.
Yeah.
It's time to go to bed. The next episode of Ham and Eggs. Actually, I am contemplating a summer one
really
here.
Good things are going to happen after you go to bed. Don't let them trick you. All the best stuff is still coming. Stay up, kick, scream. Do not go gently into that good night. Fight against the dying of the light.
That's right. If the longer you stay up, the sooner the next Ham and Eggs will be.
Yeah, that's it. But when is the next Ham and Eggs, Paul?
Well, I mean, the guaranteed January 1st we'll be doing one.
Yeah, there you go.
But
I feel like there definitely comes a point when it's like, what more are you supposed to say about?
Well, no, the trouble with that show is invented to critique another show.
Yeah.
Now that other show has stopped doing creation science as their main. No, well, yes. Oh. So it's on less often than it used to be. Yeah. All the original cast are gone. They've recast everybody.
Yeah.
but also mostly they want to talk about why some people are terrible,
Right.
and why the current
Getting
government,
getting a little more political, a little more cultural.
and why the current government is great. I mean, they've shifted primarily to that.
And even I feel like even if they didn't, like how many shows can you make about how Genesis is right? Like really? Well, what point are you just like I'm saying the same things again, or somebody different is
Oh,
saying
but they
the same
couched it.
thing
It
again?
was
Yeah,
it was smart because they actually wrapped it up in ostensibly it let them talk about the current events, like the current news of the day,
right,
and then just remind everyone, well, here's this news story, but these idiots assume that climate change is a thing. Aren't they dumb? Because the
right.
God says the earth is going to be fine. Dum dums. And
Dum
then
dum.
next
Yeah.
week it'll be the same thing. Oh, here's another thing. Whereas the author of this article thinks that climate change is real. Aren't they dumb? And similar to other, like, oh, there's, letting women decide what to do. Letting women decide what to do things. Well, that's not biblical. Here's this
I've,
article, and here's where, and and just
I get.
anytime a woman speaks in public, they're able to say, "Hey, this is not what we do around here."
I miss judge the ability to monetize the Bible.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Mistake. Yeah. I also.
But you're right; it does get boring. So they get to spend the first 30 seconds talking about a new headline.
Henry is not the first person to point that out, Mark. I've also, in the brief period, which you may remember when I shaved my beard, there were numerous Uncle Fester associations made, which I found somewhat insulting. But move on. Also, I'm delighted that Henry is literally screaming into a blanket. Well done. Good job, Henry. And I'm sorry, Mark, but not really.
Says,
yes.
Thank you for the donation, and he made this donation without us having to do any assistant child rearing activities. So
yeah, he learned his lesson.
That's right.
We probably don't need to get this involved. Yeah.
Look, those two fun uncles on the show, they're not gonna.
I am the fun uncle.
Yeah.
That is my role in my extended family. Yep.
We got Scotty Orange. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Canadian corn invading someone's backside. Well,
that slipped in the back.
I mean, I'm not saying that hasn't happened.
Earlier today.
Just what you want to do is don't boil it first. That's
a mistake. Do not salt it. I'll tell you that. Butter is a good idea. I'd strongly recommend the butter, but you're not going to want that salt. You don't want that there.
Shannon Q with a
and
big
Mexican
super chat
corn with the was the Tajin, whatever the spice they put on. No, you don't want that at all. No.
So we have a person who actually knows what they're talking about in chat.
Oh my god! Yeah. Okay, nerd. Whatever.
Henry. Shannon says sleep increases your brain development during youth. If you want to be super smart, get to rest, increase your
rest to increase.
Production,
yeah.
And listen to Dad, not Dave. I mean, you and I stay up late and look how well we've done.
Yeah. We've got a stream on YouTube. So,
and I rarely
literally dozens of people.
Yeah.
This is,
exactly.
Yeah.
Is within it such that its energy level
gets drunk. What are you gonna listen to? All right.
So those two, they just talk about 1998 like it's current times.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much. And sometimes Battlestar Galactica, and sometimes V.
Yes, it's maturity. This is the kind of grown up.
What would we have to do, Paul, if we wanted to watch like classic sci-fi or like, let's say we wanted to watch the original Willow and like basically just like talk over it, just commentate? We'd have to put that on like Patreon or something, right? Like we couldn't ever broadcast that on YouTube.
Yeah, no, not on YouTube. Yeah, no, not at all. They would you'd be shut down midstream.
Yeah. For good reason. I mean, I'm not
For good
arguing
reason.
that. Yeah.
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 Yeah, I think
You know,
yeah, the main
not saying,
movie.
not saying we got something maybe to talk about, but whatever. Well,
Yeah. I'm guessing I mean over on the Zuckerverse, I think they allow that over there. You can do whatever you want over on the
you can do whatever you want over there. Yeah.
Facebook. I bet you can do it
Anyway.
on if you, I think you can stream to the Twitter.
Maybe, or X. It's
Yeah.
X now. Oh.
No, it's Twitter. And you can stream there because I know all the Christian apologists do it because that's where they like to hang out. If you want to make I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, because you
can stream on OnlyFans. Let's just make one of those. At least that's what I hear.
If you say so.
People. Shit, I hope my mom's not watching.
Scotty.
Mom's watching.
Scotty Orange, super chat.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're still on the topic. Yes, we are. Since we're still on the topic. It's Jaws' 50th anniversary. Can we get both of your impressions of Show Me the Way to Go Home song?
Scotty, it has been probably 25 years since I've seen Jaws. I do not know what that song is. I'm very sorry.
I'm super sorry. If I knew Jaws well enough, and I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've seen Jaws, and Jaws is really good. I think Paul and I are both a little. I was very, very, very young when Jaws came out. It wasn't
and also like not allowed to like literally living in a community that didn't allow watching things like that. So
I absolutely did. I mean,
I saw
my dad took me to see Predator in the theater.
In fact, I don't think I've ever seen Jaws without commercials. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't think I have either. But that's just because when
I saw a network TV edited version.
80?
What Jaws came out in 75?
I guess 75 because I can think
2 years before Star Wars.
Yeah, I wasn't even born when Jaws came out.
It was the movie that people debate. Did Jaws ruin movies or did Star Wars ruin movies? They were two.
Yeah. Okay.
By creating like this blockbuster mentality, right? So.
Yeah.
All right. We are.
So, anyways,
sorry.
We're deeply
disappointed,
Scotty.
I
but
would,
neither of us know
I
what
would
the
if I
hell
could,
you're
but I can't,
about.
so I won't.
Yeah. Give us another thing. Throw it in there. Paul and I will try and sing a song.
That's right.
A song we know. Paul and I both like singing.
Could be read at different gradients in a range, if you were to break it down into a number, from 1 to 10 to the 23rd power parts. That would be 10 with 23rd zeros strung after it. In other words, a single component could store a number that large.
So then could we draw this?
I need to, how large? How
okay,
large?
Wait, go back because it's I've lost the thread here, but we've been talking about it.
I have a guess that this is not going to be an impressive number in hindsight.
Well, but if if a transistor could also store information itself,
well, but a transistor does store. A transistor stores 1 bit of information, right?
Yeah. So I actually want to hear this again.
Yeah.
This actually has tweaked my interest.
All right.
Power parts. That would be 10 with 23rd zeros strung after it.
Did I go too far?
No, you went not far enough. We got to go a little farther.
Further back.
Yeah.
Electropolarity of charges within it such that its energy levels could be read at different gradients in a range, if you were to break it down into a number, from 1 to 10 to the 23rd power parts. That would be 10 with 23rd zeros strung after it. In other words, a single component could store a number that large.
So then could we draw this parallel that if a transistor...
Okay,
so 1 to 23 power.
I think... So again, this predates quantum computing.
Yeah.
So I think what he's trying to say is a single gate could have 10 to the 23rd possible positions.
Right.
It's not just 2. It's not 1 to the power.
Yeah, no, I
of
think
1.
that's how I'm reading it as well.
So
Which
it's
is
not that it stores that much information; it's that it could be in any of those positions.
so think of when you create a
Yeah.
database. You know, you
Yeah.
decide, do you want to be an integer or do you want to be a double integer? Like how many
Yeah.
bits? How large an integer do you want to be? So,
Well,
but is it 1 to the 20th? Like it? So is it that many bits? Or
how
that
familiar are you with quantum computing, Paul?
I am vaguely aware that it is similar to this in that it will store numbers on a gradient.
Yeah. So in quantum computing, if the qubit is, in theory, it's infinite. That it's like
Right.
it's a scale, and you can slide it anywhere. I just hit my mic. That's probably anywhere you want on the scale. So it's like much like as you said, an integer versus a real number, right? It's like how many real numbers exist between 1 and 2. Well, in theory, it's infinite. Like there is no just add more decimal places, right? Like
Sure.
you can add more. Whereas he's saying it's not infinite, it's 10 to the 23. Like there is a finite number that you can go, but it's such a huge number that for all practical applicable intents and purposes, that would be almost infinite.
Well, but okay, so that's
and he's not wrong. If this was a real thing that you could apply, especially in the 90s, to a computer and actually have it work, I mean, yeah, that would be a massive game changer.
It would be, but I'm also trying to think about this as like, it's actually, the trouble is that you rarely actually want to store a number between 1 and 100 sextillion.
Well, but you're not storing a number. You'd
have to, what you'd want to do is divide that up, I guess.
Like the thing is that it's like you're not going that many, but you could go like 16 possible like where it's like, because you know better, even like when you get right down to it, like actual machine code, very limited. Like the things a transit, like a processor.
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's not actually that helpful to store a number that big.
But it is that helpful to be able to, instead of saying 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, to be able to say 1 plus 78 billion. And
I'm just saying you would need to make that space readable and useful. You'd actually need to split it later. I guess it's good for storage.
Yeah, but it's also good for like operations,
no,
right? Where it's
it's not good. No, it's not good for a op, because what you want to do is the simplest possible op. You don't want to have to say that I am. You don't also want to have to index that big number to say that the number that I care about is.
But what if you could index that big number with exactly the same amount of computational effort as indexing 1 or 0?
Well, but you know that those get passed in as registers, right? Like I'm just talking about
90s. Well, it gets like, we're talking like when you get down to it, like when you look at what are like the bare machine code commands that a processor can do, and if you can start doing, if you can evaluate things on a not just a yes or no in a 1,000 possible state scenario.
Well, we don't need to we were having a fun show and we were now derailed. I'm just gonna say, here's what I'm gonna say. I would rather have 100 sextillion binary switches in a small space than one switch giving me 1 to 100 sextillion based on at least the tech of the late 90s. So
yeah.
But maybe that's how we need this before we can get to faster than light drives. And I'm an old fuddy duddy who did
and I think
who built assemblers in the 80s. So
and
yeah,
quantum computing is actually something I'm very interested in, and
I am too. But you don't a number that big.
No,
what's cool is quantum computing 1 to 16 is super useful.
Types of problems where it's like this is incredibly useful.
Yeah,
and there's certain types of problems where it's like no. Your traditional IBM mainframe,
like
is ideal.
Playing a YouTube video actually doesn't get helped by that.
Right? No, so, but saying like, "Hey, I want to transport a crate of sausage from Des Moines, Iowa, to Bo-Katan, and what's the best possible route?" and I want to be able like things like that. It's like your best
Yeah,
state
no, I get it. I'm
thing,
just
whatever. We're not going to get. Yeah, you're right. We can go, but
says yes and no.
Oh wait, we got Shannon Q with a super chat of without a message.
Just the frowny. There's a frowny face.
Oh, it's a frowny. I feel like we're this might be part of some side fight that we don't know about.
This is the game that we don't understand.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Scuzzbopper just saying thanks for the show. Thank you, for the member chat. Appreciate.
Thank you for being a member for 26 months, Scuzzbopper. There's a reason you're number one.
Almost every one of those months had a show. Many had two.
Oh,
oh no, we missed. Mark says we missed a few super chats. Shoot.
I mean, we probably missed a shit ton. We don't know.
Oh wait, no. Oh, hold on. We got here we go.
Oh, we do.
got
we missed Candy.
Candy Black. That's what I have on screen right now.
Yes. Yes. You can live stream on OnlyFans. OF. Also, my birthday was yesterday, and the stream has topped the one from 2 years ago significantly. I believe that. Our early streams are pretty hit and miss. I mean, there's some gold moments there, but yeah.
But has this stream topped the 2-year-old stream, or has this stream topped Candy's 2-year-old birthday?
Ooh, that's a good point. Really, our earlier streams are more.
I feel like the phrasing is ambiguous. I'm going to say that this stream is better than her birthday 2 years ago.
I mean, I don't want to presume. I feel like Candy's birthday is amazing every year.
Probably. And Scotty Orange, $10. Yeah. Thank you so much. Do it.
I feel like that would have been better.
It result to something that we don't remember what it was, but we absolutely will.
Oh, the singing the song. Didn't Scotty Orange want us to sing the? But we don't know the song, Scotty.
You have to type it in again. Oh yeah, we don't know this. Yeah, like us singing a song we don't know isn't super helpful.
Yeah, like I literally don't know this song.
Yeah, sorry.
And I mean, I love you, Scotty, more than any member of my own family, but I'm not gonna pause the stream and
to learn a song.
To learn this song and go, just
Yeah. And
not a big
deal. I'm guessing this choreography. It's probably a whole thing.
Probably a whole thing. All right, I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google this song. Just to see.
Another
Scotty has
from a longtime friend of the channel, Brain Cramp, writes, the real question, does quantum DNA prove God? I feel like if we get to quantum DNA, that would have to be. That sounds. How could you explain that, other than God?
Like Trans-capacitor.
I found this song. Show Me the Way to Go Home. The Jaws song.
Will you learn it?
Written in 1925 by Irving King. The song is said to, but it's in Jaws. I assume it's in Jaws.
Describing the song to us isn't good television.
No, and we can't just like listen to this on YouTube.
No, we can't.
We'll get dinged,
taken off the air. So
I'll give you jazz hands though. I really do genuinely feel bad about this, Scotty, but I just don't. I don't see a way we can make this happen. I'll tell you what. Tell you what I'll do, because you super chatted twice about this, and I feel an obligation, an unearned obligation to try to dance for your money. I will listen to this outside of the stream, and the next time we do a show, which maybe 2 weeks, sometimes. Anyways, I will, in fact, then give you my rendition of.
That's right. Next show, Dave will do it.
I will do it. I'll send the link to Paul, and what he does, that's on his conscience.
Of it. It doesn't say a complete yes or a complete no. It will give you gradients of that, allowing for decision making.
Well, it's interesting because it does work analogistically. We looked at it. It works in a way not too dissimilar from the way the rods and cones of the human eye work, by storing gradients of light, although in this particular case, not storing light. It's dealing with predominantly electromagnetic.
I feel like this is a recipe for Shannon to burst. If they're correlating alien technology to rods and cones, There's definitely a non-zero chance that Shannon is going to burst in here and
The way
explain
that
to us
quantum
all
DNA, there we
why
go.
they don't understand rods and cones. That's possible.
Yep.
Magnetic memory.
All right, could we slap this analogy on it? If a
Paul,
Yes, Dave?
Bloody Orange as a substitute for the song that we cannot provide because we don't know it. And people typing the words with music notes around does not teach Paul and I the song. Just throwing that out there. That's not actually useful information. We'll accept our best Jaws impression. Do you have an impersonation of Jaws? Of the shark?
Of the shark. So I just
Or
got to
the
say,
movie.
well,
Just,
like,
I guess, any impersonation for anything in Jaws.
We're going to need a bigger boat.
I mean, that's you took the low-hanging fruit.
I did. The shark, I feel like the shark just basically went, rah, and like bit people. Well, the shark wasn't singing the song.
You don't know that. Who was singing the song then, Paul? Because I watched that movie front to back and I didn't see a fucking orchestra. So please.
So in your version of the movie that you watched, the shark is going around going,
yeah.
He was singing his own theme song.
Yeah, as he's swimming up, and there's
around,
and there's some nubile teens swimming, swimming, not supposed to be swimming. And
the way I understand evolution to work, that for a predator to be announcing to everyone audibly that they're on their way, and also signaling.
Oh no, he does it real quiet, Paul.
Oh, this is some kind of amplified. There's a microphone situation.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that's Hollywood magic. Because he's just kind of like.
Otherwise, it's kind of like it's in the fire swamp where they have the pop sounds. It's like, oh, I know how to avoid it because anytime if I hear if the repetition gets rather frequent, maybe I should move out of the way. If it's just the slow do, you got time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I need a Jaws.
Black and white.
I need a Jaws line. You use.
You sang. Well, you sang.
I did
the song. You're good.
How about smile, you son of a bitch? There's a Jaws line for you.
Here's your Jaws line.
There's a Jaws line. Yeah.
This has every shade.
Can't see your Jaws line anymore because you got that fancy beard.
Heyo.
In between.
Yeah, I think that's a good one, a very good analogy, because the old-style television camera could only record a black or a white image. The human eyeball could analyze and store a memory of color images.
That does make sense.
No, yeah. The human eye stores nothing.
That does make sense. Paul, Art just said it made sense. You shut your dirty whore mouth. I will not have you impugn Art's folksy wisdom.
What your eye does, you see, is it stores images for later in case you run out.
That makes sense.
Makes sense.
Tell me this, okay, smart guy.
Yeah.
It doesn't store images.
Mm-hmm.
How can you see things when you close your eyes?
That's how we know they're not stored in the eye. We have to store them, back closer to the ear, because when your eyes are closed,
you don't see in your ears. Them? What the hell are you even talking about right now? Are you drunk?
A little bit.
A little bit.
And what's fascinating about it is it does it very, very fast. It works at speeds that were at first to us unthinkable.
Would you say the speed of light?
It does it very, very fast. Oh, no.
Oh, this guy's, I like what he's saying. Yeah, I want to subscribe to his newsletter. He's got some good ideas.
I mean, not as fast as our rods and cones.
No.
Corey Minter, thank you so much for the super chat. It's multi-level cell MLC flash storage. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I guess I shouldn't. He was, the eye thing. That was an analogy, even though he deliberately did say, it's like how your eye stores images. So
it's like how your eye stores images. Yeah. It's an analogy for how your eye stores images.
Good point.
Good point.
So we realize it's really just making subtle changes in the way it stores the electrons within its matrix.
Right.
So it doesn't require a lot of energy. It doesn't require.
Yeah. It's fast. It's just a subtle change in how it stores it in the electrons.
The electron matrix. Bet Shannon didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of time. It's so surprisingly innovative that we're not entirely certain why this was not exploited.
So I don't know how you could say the eye is innovative. Here's where I'm afraid I'm going to have to disagree with Dr. John. Was that his name? Jack Olson?
Schulman.
That's right. Schulman. I keep thinking of that. Schulman. Yeah, that nothing about the eye is particularly innovative. It's literally been around as long as
That's right.
Yeah.
People as long as the first creature with an eye.
Yeah.
By the researchers who defined functionally what they thought it did at the time. Other than that, they may not at the time have had the sophistication enough.
They may not have been ready.
They may not have realized how this thing could interface with other, what we think of today as common components like the transistor, the resistor, the capacitor.
All right. So the public might understand. I think we've given them that part at least to understand. Now, what would the practical
I'm sorry, but I know that I'm dumber than most people, but I don't fully understand yet.
Well, you will.
application
you even know
of
what
a
a resistor
transcapacitor?
is? You ignorant slut.
Be, and I can only
A resistor, as anyone says, the government is bad. I know this.
Mm-hmm. See?
Mm-hmm.
And this
you've
interaction.
begun to explore practical application, but how could you use it?
What's really attracted us to its usage in a common memory computer is that without this extra componentry that a transistor requires, like a resistor, possibly a capacitor,
Right.
it can store where a transistor, for instance, can store a value of 0 or 1, or in the case of some that have been developed by Bell or Sandia National Laboratories or IBM. Recently, IBM worked on some copper-based circuits. They developed a transistor that could store a value from 0 through 6, perhaps.
Right.
By comparison, the gradients of this device, operating analogously to the human eye looking at color, one of the rods and cones of the eye.
Oh, it's not.
Could store a number as large as 10 with 23 zeros. After, in binary terms, we call the size of what it can store somewhere in the neighborhood of about 512 transistors, or even potentially more, in one device.
No. You cannot store a number 1 to 0 in 512 transistors.
That's
a 500. That's bigger than a 512-bit number.
I don't think so, because he just said different.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So,
are you if you're going to come to me right now,
yeah,
and say you need 23 1 to 0 resistors to do a 10 to the 23rd power number.
Shannon wants to say things about the human eye.
Oh, okay. Well, here we
Shannon
go.
Q.
Yeah.
I can't even brush my hair because of the wrist. But like,
So you don't want to be on camera? You just want to yell? I can point the microphone at you.
yeah,
This is
this
is perfect toast to toast. I want to say we could have a third host here,
I broke my wrist
because she came in to talk about the eye.
She's
and now
talking
she's
about
talking
rods
how she
and
can't
cones,
brush her hair because
right?
of the wrist.
So I can't hear what anybody else is saying, but rods don't actually perceive color. Like, cones are concentrated in the fovea. There's a couple of them outside of the fovea, but
It's a Greek word for
that's
fear.
where they're
This is
concentrated.
nonsense.
And those is Dave just talking really just to annoy me because I can hear him. So cones perceive color, right? And also the human eye, which is
she's
what they're
saying cones are
referencing, is not the best at it. Birds can perceive more color than us. And ants, they're more open. Okay, well, ants can actually, like, there's certain desert species of ants that can actually, like, perceive, like, different aspects of, like, the color spectrum than us. They, like, why are ants more advanced than us? So, like, using us as a point of reference when it comes to that is ridiculous. And they're also talking about, like, how much you can store. The human eye doesn't store shit. It stores fuck all.
Obviously weren't listening to the guest.
Yeah.
I was listening to him. That's why I'm in here, because I'm angry.
No,
Despite the fact that I'm literally broken. Like,
Human eyes. Everyone knows the human eyes store images.
Yeah.
the human
The
eye
chief
doesn't store
researcher
anything.
for the
The
American
brain
Computer
barely stores
Company,
images. The human
subsidiary of
eye.
Frito
Worked for
Lay,
Kodak. He would know.
he would know.
I don't know how to process what the fuck you just said to me.
He must know how eyes work.
He doesn't know how eyes work. Because the human eye doesn't store anything. It stores sweet the fucking fuck all. That's like saying a lens stores something. Like,
My glasses store data all the time.
your glasses don't store shit. And you know better than that. But like, saying rods and cones and then referencing color just like demonstrates ignorance. Because only cones perceive color, for starters. We have
Right.
barely any comparatively.
Mhm.
That's why what?
That's why the
I mean,
clan
compared to
wears them.
what?
The clan wears what?
Cones.
I really wish you'd shut the fuck up sometimes.
I feel like she
Stop
doesn't
saying
understand the
shit like
point of
that.
the show.
Like, stop. But
Mhm.
I'm sorry. This show isn't about reality.
No.
But when somebody is talking about like perception and says rods perceive color and the human eye can retain data, I'm just.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, here's your microphone. Have a
These
good day.
these were aliens.
These
Yeah.
were aliens.
It's
These
alien
aliens.
technology.
If it's not on my bingo card, I don't give a fuck.
Thank you, Shannon. We
Thank
appreciate
you,
you.
Shannon.
Shannon has left the building.
I feel so bad that Shannon is trying to impart actual knowledge, and it's just, I mean, this isn't the venue for that. We're really more about lies, misinformation.
I did correctly perceive that was going to bother her enough that she had to come in.
Yeah, you were absolutely right. Yeah.
All right. So we have we have the Brain Cramp
Yeah.
who
Trying
trying
to
to
take
take his
that
crown
crown
while she's
while
in the
you-
other room.
Yeah. She dropped
Maybe there might have been
her.
some kind of coup. Might have been
Yeah.
some kind of opportunity to
Oh my goodness, Shannon's all the way down to number 3 now.
pass on the inside lane, as it were. All right. Yes.
I will say, for the record, because I appreciate the effort for some kind of rationality and sanity. Yes, eyes do not store information. Everything Shannon said was entirely correct, and we're just going to pretend that it isn't for the rest of the show. And I mean, I guess she just has to make her peace with that.
Meanwhile, I need my I mean, I'm hung up on that 512 bits wouldn't store a number of the 10 to the 23 size. That's
Yeah.
fine.
It's
We
not
all
how
got
those
our own
things work.
we got our own bugaboos.
Yeah.
Take today's disk drive
Uh-oh.
or to
Oh, Art's gonna ask the question I was asking. Hold on.
Mhm.
17. I just gotta fix this here. Art's asking how much. Give it to me in hard drive size, man. Give me I work for the marketing department. I got a spec sheet here. I need a spec
I got a
sheet.
spec sheet. Tell me how many petabytes this is.
That's right. What's happening here?
Thanks, I like it.
Oh, there it is. We got teraflops. We need that. That's we need. No.
Just so we could store a value from 0 through 6, perhaps.
right.
By comparison, the gradients of this device, operating analogously to the human eye looking at color, one of the rods and cones of the eye, it could store a number as large as 10 with 23 zeros after. In binary terms, we call the size of what it can store somewhere in the neighborhood of about 512 transistors or even potentially more in one device.
So
One little component.
take today's disk drive or today's read-only memory in a computer, or give me some
Analogy. I think the analogy we're working with at this juncture would be to take a look at the common everyday mouse that we use to access a computer, the one that we use to move that little I-beam or the little arrow around on a computer screen, and imagine something that size storing hundreds of building information, 90 billion characters summation.
Good Lord.
Characters summation. Not million, billion with a B.
Well, we're
Oh, well, according to Google, Paul, we might both be wrong here.
Okay.
Because it looks like 512 bits converted to base 10 could store 1 to the power of 154.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. I also the other thing about the 512, it's very realistic because that's 2 to the power of whatever it is. It's one of the 2 to the power ofs, 512.
Yeah, it'd be 2 to the power of 512, right?
Wait, 250. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, 10, 20, 40. Yeah, so it's one of the 2 to the power ofs. So 10 billion characters, Dave, is what, a gigabyte? Or a 1 billion characters is a gigabyte, right?
Yes, 1 billion characters, 1 billion bytes, which is 8-bit. 8 bits make a byte, 1 billion bytes is a gigabyte. Yeah.
So he thinks on the size of a I thought he was going to be dumb enough to like say that this functioned like a mouse. I thought that's where he was going for a sec. So something the size of a mouse
Yeah.
could hold 90 gigs.
Which is not even a little bit impressive now.
That's what's funny, right? So it is one of those things where I was like, yeah, you're dreaming big. You're making these outlandish claims, but 30 years later, it's like, oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Like, oh, your USB drive is huge and it sucks.
Right. You got thumb drives.
Yeah.
You know, that store way more.
Yeah.
All right. So 90 gigs is what we can store in a mouse. And that's
pretty
going to make
good.
us, and we're going to say, holy cow, that must be aliens did that.
Yeah.
I'm sad that this has become as pedestrian as it's just a big hard drive. That's what I've invented that aliens must.
And I feel like in 98, 90 gigs wasn't even a particularly big hard drive.
It was. I
feel like I had a 500 gigabyte hard drive at that time or more.
98. No, I feel like even 1 gig would have been an expensive drive still.
Now, 90 gigs of RAM would have been pretty damn
impressive.
impressive.
For sure. For sure. But I was thinking, like, so, jazz drives were still a thing at the time, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And jazz drives, what they store, was it 1 gig?
I think it was like 4 or something like that.
Yeah, so it was like 90 jazz drives.
But I mean, an HDD disk. Yeah, IBM was selling 256 gigabyte hard drives in 1998. Now that's ROM. That's long-term storage. It's not quick access memory, but still.
So, and DVDs were storing. Oh no, that was only like 600 megs or something, right?
A CD was about 600
CD
megs.
was 600 megs.
Yeah.
A DVD, which at the time would have been 4 gigs, right? Like I think the first DVDs were like 4 gigs. Yeah. So he's basically, yeah. So this unimaginable alien technology that we have is essentially 15 DVDs.
I have to take a bio break, Paul.
Okay. All right. I'm going to listen to more art.
More of this nonsense. All right.
Although, let me see if I missed any super chats. I don't know if I don't think I did.
I think
All
so.
right.
Imagining a mouse as a storage device then. I mean, size-wise.
Approximate size. We've tried to say the same size as a disk drive in a personal computer.
Right.
People don't know what that means. They think that's the big white box next to their computers. We're saying something that is approximately the size of a man's wallet, perhaps a little bit thicker.
Would store, typically now, if you get a high-end computer, you might get a 4 or a 5
or a 7 gigabyte.
What would the transcapacitor offer in a similar size?
If we were to make one as dense as possible in that size, we'd be talking about something in the neighborhood of about 2 to 4 terabytes.
Oh my God!
Information. That's an extra 3 digits.
All right. I mean, yeah, in 1998 that'd be a big deal, but I have several 20 terabyte drives that I can see right now. So yeah, I mean, this isn't. I'm gonna need I'm gonna need aliens. Yeah, if it's gonna be aliens, I'm gonna need something more than just, hey, that thing we fully understand now, big hard drives. Well, it's like way bigger. Alien technology. I want something that like it can do things, not just store more data. It can do something that only aliens can do. Although, I mean, I guess he was saying this thing crashed in the 40s, so it's even more impressive, I guess. And he got it just from the notebook. If he doesn't actually have access to the crash, so we'll see.
If you will, an extra large sum, a huge amount of information that a personal computer-sized one could store all the information we presently have. In fact, we've estimated that you could take the entire World Wide Web, all those World Wide Web websites that everybody wants to see out there.
Yes.
Like yours.
Which is
what?
linked to yours, by the way.
Yours is what? artbell.com?
That's right.
Ours, of course, is accpc.com. And
oh, what a subtle way to get his own. Oh, what's yours? What's your URL there, Art? Mine is. Yeah, good way to get your plug for your website in there. Well done, Mr. Schulman.
you could take the entire web, put it into something the size of a small desk. Because of its speed, you could, if you had one of these advanced terahertz communications.
Oh man. Oh man. Okay. So you can take my iPad and put it in my desk. That's like putting the entire web in my desk, right?
The systems that they're producing at Lucent Bell Labs run that terahertz communications wire from one to another one in California, if you were in New York, and transmit the entire thing from New York. That would be the entire World Wide Web's content of information in only a matter of minutes.
What about speed?
No, that's not related. No.
I like this.
No.
Funny jokes about the late 90s World Wide Web.
Yeah, it's funny because actually, the Internet Archive literally like has backups on a regular basis of the whole web. Like, so it's not that big a deal back then. How much information you can store does not in any way help you transmit it to another part of the country faster.
Well, it does if you use rods and cones. It's like an iPod.
You know how your eye can, when it stores the picture, it can send pictures to other people's eyes. You know how that works?
Think about this, Paul. I know it's a short distance, but how fast
Mhm.
does the eye transmit its stored information to your, vision nodes in the medulla oblongata?
At least like what, 20 miles an hour?
Literally the speed of light.
Oh,
The speed of light.
Mhm.
And then your brain needs to process that, flip it, switch it, find out how hard you got to work it, and like Missy Elliott presents a beautiful picture for your brain meets to see. And that all happens speed of light. And that's what this trend.
That's how we get this whole thing over to New York City in 4 minutes.
You know what I love about this little interchange we're having? I'm deliberately doing this to make Shannon angry. And I know that Shannon knows I'm doing it on purpose to make her angry, and it's still making her angry, and there's nothing she can do to stop it. I don't know what that says about free will in the human condition, but I think it's wonderful.
Today, I think we're coming up. IBM is brushing 333 megahertz commercially right now. What would the transcapacitor do for?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Brushing up against.
Megahertz is not a speed. Art.
I mean,
it's not a bandwidth measure. That's what I guess.
No,
what I'm saying. It's not
it's
a bandwidth
processor
measure.
speed. It's a processor speed.
Yeah, but
Art doesn't know what the hell any of this is about.
No.
Yeah.
We don't measure internet bandwidth in, hertz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Processor speed, if anything.
Well, we have actually measured individual components in a speed of something like 6.6 billion bits of information per second.
How does that translate to a megahertz clock speed?
Well, the 333.
Art just asked for it. How do we translate? So Schulman got it actually right. He's like, he gave it in this is amount of data per time unit. Mm-hmm. And Art's, well, how does that translate the clock speed of a processor?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. I can carry 2 buckets of
Yeah.
of honey. Oh, how does that translate to how fast you can run 100 meters?
Yeah.
It doesn't. Those are not. There was capacity and all right.
3 million megahertz. It compares to 6.6 billion as, I guess, 20 times the speed of a Pentium. So it has that capability.
No. Why did you go there? You don't humor art. No, it's like 20 times faster than a Pentium. That's not what you're doing. You're storing. You picked this episode to make me mad.
However, we're running into an area now where we're missing a few other components that might be necessary to keep up with it to get a PC to run at that speed.
Including no software that would run.
Oh, we're talking about a whole world software.
Now, supposedly, if we stop and imagine for a moment that kind of speed and that kind of storage, don't we begin to approach the possibility of sentience?
You mean intelligence just because of the speed? Is that
What is that?
In storage.
It's comparable to
I have no
human
idea where that
memory
sounds
capacity.
from. Was that you?
Was that on
wasn't-
Art?
Maybe.
Or is that wasn't our stream, was it?
There wasn't
That'd be
anything that was created on my. Yeah.
Maybe you.
I just like well, if this can go really fast, that's
Yeah,
sentient, right? Like, no,
right.
that's not really
Nope.
how that works at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what's been stopping sentience is the speed of the processor.
Yeah. Or possibly
Precisely.
transmitting. We're kind of using the two interchangeably. Yeah.
We are, yep. Yeah.
That I think is very accurate. But frankly, I'm surprised no one had in fact suggested to me that analogy in the last, I'd say, 2 months. We had suggested that this thing operates not unlike a neural connective device. Are you familiar with neural networks at all, Mark?
I am, yes.
A neural network, for the
yes,
public's sake, is an array
yes.
of switches that
Okay. It slices, it dices, it juliennes.
Yeah.
It's a hard drive. It's a processor. It is a network connectivity tool. It is now a neural network.
It's been suggested, and you're familiar with those, aren't you, Art? Yes. Yes, of
Oh,
course.
yes.
I'm very,
You know, Art, it's amazing that people more qualified than you haven't used that analogy yet.
Oh, Art, you're so very smart.
That sounds
This
like
is
something
weird.
those assholes at Bell would say.
Those corporate sellouts. All I'm going to say is they aren't the consultants kind of people.
That's right.
Enough said about that.
Consultants.
Yeah.
depending upon what a program recognizes as a situation, and later on can be used to make the same kind of a decision given the same type of situation. That's the analogy that's used. The decision-making matrix, if you will. There are thousands of different types of so-called.
You know, if you can store a big enough number, Dave, you just gain sentience.
Yeah. There's thousands of different something, Paul. You cut it off. I'm excited to see. I'm trying another brand new beer now.
All right.
Because
well,
the can appealed. Look at this guy,
Ooh,
Paul.
look at that.
20-pounder. Look at this ghost pirate. That's pretty.
They should
cool.
make a movie with ghost pirates.
No. The kid, you can't show that to kids.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be for kids, but
yeah. So this is you and I. I'm just we're done with it. I've sent to you the internet game framed.wtf, which is a fun game I enjoy, where a website will show you up to 6 stills from a movie, getting more and more specific, and then you have to try and guess what the movie is. Today's movie was The Black Hole.
Ooh.
Which I guessed on the second one.
Okay.
And then my coworkers who played this game with me, this is a thing we do at lunch when we're having lunch. So neither of them had ever heard of this movie. They're both younger than me.
Oh no.
And so I had to explain to them the insanity of the Walt Disney production Black Hole and like what the fuck was going on with this movie. And I'm
Their
like,
answer to Star Wars. Yeah.
I guess.
It's definitely
it's so
on
weird.
acid, inappropriate for children.
But when I was a small child, like 5 to 10, I saw this movie maybe 80 times because
Yes.
one of my very religious aunt and uncle's houses. This was one of only 3 movies on VHS. The other 2 were like gospel, old people singing gospel songs.
Yep.
So me and my sister every single time we went there would go in the basement and watch The Black Hole. And that movie was like, I was legitimately scared when I was a kid
Oh,
watching
sure.
that movie.
That Maximilian?
Maximilian, just people getting killed, weird zombie people. You end up in hell at the end.
Yeah.
Kind of in like a Kubrick-ish. Like that movie is fucked up with a capital fuck.
So
And
so you can go. I'm on my Disney Plus.
yeah.
If you when this stream is over,
Yeah.
if in fact it ever ends, you
Go
can
watch
go
The
on,
Black Hole.
Go on the Disney Plus if you have that, and watch The Black Hole. It is not. It was marketed entirely for children. It was a response. It was their response to Star Wars. Someone said, "Hey, do we got a space movie in the queue? Because everyone wants a space movie now." So
And it was kind of like I don't know if it made money or lost.
It
one
lost
of my
money.
cousins had
No,
one of my cousins
it was
had literally like had Black Hole wallpaper in his bedroom.
Absolutely. Like they did the like commemorative glasses at Burger King kind of thing.
Like, but it's like, and I understand why that movie lost money, even though there's stuff.
Oh, it's super expensive. Yeah,
that's good, but that movie is so. That one, you watch The Black Hole and watch The Black Cauldron, and then be like, oh, so that's why Disney was like a hair's breadth away from bankruptcy in like 1984.
Yep.
Like I get it. I see what's going on here. Who made these movies and thought, yeah, this is it. The kids will like this.
Now I want a gritty reboot of Black Hole. Actually, I think that'd be very cool.
I mean, it could be awesome.
Yeah.
Same with like Black Cauldron. Black Cauldron could be an amazing. Like I honestly think Black Cauldron is a decent movie, but it's.
I agree, but not by Disney. We need another company.
Not by Disney, and probably not for like 7-year-olds.
Like, no, it wouldn't be. It would need to be like HBO
even
is
then,
making. Yeah,
like Black Cauldron was pretty borderline. I think I even remember seeing a documentary or something where it was like the first review, like it took quite a while for them to not get an R rating for that movie. They kept like cutting more and more stuff out and coming back and it's like, no, this is R. And they're like, what are you talking about? Like, we're talking about all the skeletons that literally rip people apart. That's what we're talking about.
Yep. And this was
not a children's movie.
And it was before PG-13 wasn't even a rating at that point.
Yeah, that's kind of it. That was the thing. So it was like you didn't have that in between.
Yep.
Yes, Black Cauldron is based on a book. There's a series of books. I can't remember what they're called, but they're like sort of young adultish fantasy novels. With the Horned King and the whole thing. Yeah. I don't remember, and I can't remember if Black Cauldron's the name of the book or maybe one of the books in the series. We're getting way back in my memory, but yes, they're based on books. Black Hole isn't. Black Hole is just
Black Hole was their fever dream of
somebody dropped some acid and just was like, I know what we can do.
This is a space opera for kids. Yep.
Star Wars ain't
we go. What if one of the robot had googly eyes? Then it'll be fine, right?
Bob. Yeah.
So Shannon Q.
Yeah.
So fan of the show, also sometimes contributor to the show.
Yeah.
Writes and is frankly better than both of us put together, and that's why we can't have her on very often. It's a series of tubes, Shannon writes.
A series of tubes. It's like a motorcycle.
From the old Dan Quayle invented the internet days.
Yep, it's a series of tubes.
Yep.
Ooh.
Networks. Up until now, they've been rather small. As we looked deeper into the description of this device, we realized 10% at some point.
There you go.
Wow, that's a happy.
That's a strong beer.
Lead to a happy ending.
Very hoppy.
Not that way, but the way.
That this transcapacitor was used in arrays so large, not just because it could store information, but we discovered that some of the elements of communicating with a transcapacitor were designed to crosstalk between matrix transcapacitors. Initially, we didn't build our prototypical.
I'm trying so hard, Paul, to give him the benefit of the doubt and follow what he's saying. And I understand that I'm not, I don't have a doctorate in computer science or electronic engineering, but I have some post-secondary education in those fields. You have more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like neither of us are like we're
I
both
mean, my degree is
semi-literate in this
in
field.
computer science. So this is
Yeah.
like, you know, I have a degree
I
in
was
computer
kicked out of
science.
university, but whatever. You don't have to bring that up. That's very rude of you.
I didn't. All right. So, but no, but so what he said was what we discovered is that the communicative properties of the transconducer
Yeah.
is that it can actually communicate with a matrix of cross conducer or transconducers.
Thank you, Timothy.
Right? Is that what he just said?
Yeah, that it somehow is like cross commutative. It's like what matrix? What are you talking about? What's cross commutative?
Yeah. And also that doesn't help if it's a storage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To develop this that way, but we gradually
as always,
tried
Paul,
to.
I'm trying. God knows, I am trying to steel man this guy and give him the like. I want to understand what he's trying to say, and this is true. Sometimes the guests on Art Bell just aren't particularly effective communicators. So sometimes it's like it sounds like they're saying gibberish, but it's like no. Like I think what this person's actually like trying to say is this, which actually isn't a super crazy thing. They're just very shy or awkward, or like they're just saying the wrong words. But if you change it slightly,
Dave, how in like in vision, how your left eye, when it's storing the images, it simultaneously sends the image to your right eye.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying. So
that's why. So this is an interesting true fact, Paul. That's why pirates wore eye patches, because they didn't want the cross communication going.
How your eyes communicate with each other. You know how that goes. They're sending messages back and forth. Yeah. That's how that goes.
Construct a means by which use this communication capability between transcapacitors. And one day it all came clear to us that the reason there are extra leads on this device for cross communication between its peers in a huge array is because it appears as if it was used in some kind of a neural connectionist computing device.
I want to read you something very quickly and see if it has it.
Like, so here's what I'm trying to say, Paul. I try. God knows I try, like I said, to present a steelman argument. I'm trying to present these guests like Art in the best possible scenario. You need to have your yin and yang. You're here as the skeptic. I'm here to try to be like, no, this makes sense because
you're the Mulder. I'm the Scully.
Exactly. And you need both of them. You need both of them to make it work. But goddamn, Schulman, you're making it so hard for me. You're making it so hard. Like I'm trying. I'm really trying to follow you and be like, no, this is what he's talking about. And it's just like this is just nonsense. You're just throwing words out there. This is just a salad of technological terms. It has multiple. I also like the thing where he's like, apparently it has these extra connector. Like you don't even know how this thing works.
Nope.
It's got these things that does.
Someone gave me a notebook with the plan.
Yeah. Someone gave me an interocitor, told me to put the
control disc. I was going with it. So we just built it.
Yeah.
Oh, and it turns out it zaps one of us to space. Neat. Yeah. All right. Well,
these pages aren't even paper; they're some kind of metal, and we're moving on. Anybody who hasn't watched Mystery Science 3000, the movie, shame on you.
Or randomly This Island Earth on your own for some reason.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it's honestly not a horrible classic sci-fi movie, which it actually sets it apart from a lot of Mystery Science Theater stuff, in that it's actually a half decent in its way for what it is.
In its way.
Yeah. It's better than Manos the Hand of Fate.
All right.
Relevance. It's entitled Scientists Grow Brains.
Shannon, if you had a hot tub, man, I love hot tubs. Paul, why don't you have a hot tub?
I should have a hot tub.
You should have a hot tub. Have you ever been in a hot tub in winter?
I have.
It's like if it's not really windy, it's fantastic. It's a great experience.
At one point, Shannon booked a place that had a hot tub on the ocean.
Oh my goodness!
During a tornado. during some kind of
last
but during it wasn't like it was some kind of crazy storm, and that was amazing. You sit in the hot tub and say, well, maybe we die, maybe we don't, but this view of what's happening out there. It's amazing.
Like, but here's the true facts.
Yeah.
As much as I love hot tubs, and much as I would love for you to have a hot tub specifically, like they are expensive and they're a shit ton of work. There's and they drink power like nobody's business. That's why you need like a 30 or 50 amp connection off your panel going to a hot tub. But you can get a good insulated one, you get a good top. But anyways, you should get a hot tub. Yeah. Do it. And I'll come. Shannon and I will drink wine. You can go, I don't know, do whatever it is you do, argue with people who like God. I don't care. We will have a good time in the hot tub in September. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
TikTok, Paul.
On a microchip. Brain cells have been grown on a microchip to create a simple brain to study how the real thing works and how easy it's going to be to connect computers to the human nervous system. The work reported yesterday to the New Orleans conference is part of an effort to merge the world's two dominant forms.
I missed it. Did Art shift it to, is he now reading an article while his guest is there?
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
he is.
All right.
Forms of information processing the neurons in your brain is using to read this sentence in electronics. In the wake of pioneering work conducted in Germany, the University of California at San Diego told the meeting that they had developed a neurochip, a device for growing rat neurons in a silicon chip that could one day help restore vision, reconnect nerves, or control an artificial.
That's what science is aspiring for, is a computer that can emulate rat neurons.
I like how he really emphasized the word rat in that sentence.
Rat neurons.
Neurons. Yeah. Well, see, Kip says they're not even that much work. Kip's got a hot tub, he would know. It's fine.
It's in British Columbia though, it's a whole different thing.
It's fine. Don't be
It's fine.
You lazy sack of shit. Get a hot tub.
I didn't complain. You're the one who said it was a lot of work.
You know what? And I admit now I was wrong. I made a mistake and I'm retracting it. It's barely any work. You just dump fucking chlorine in there. It's fine. It takes care of itself. You know what? You don't even have to dump. You get like a thing. There's like a thing. It's got a disc and you just put these chlorine discs and it just automatically feeds them and it's good for like a month. You don't even have to do anything. Just once a month, put in new like chlorine pellets and it just automatically. That's true.
Do I still need to pay the bill?
Nope.
Just
I think Shannon's got this one covered.
I see.
Yeah.
It's that new liberal government we elected. They're just giving out hot tub.
They're just giving out hot tubs.
People. Yeah.
Yep.
Not the hot tub itself, but discs. You can get the.
Yeah. Well, and there's various grants
involved.
Yeah. Big hot tub has
that's where that's the kind of government we have in Canada. Everyone gets a free hot tub.
Look, don't get bogged down in the minutiae. Just
look.
Don't you want to be cool?
That's right. Don't worry about how it's a storage device and a processor and a networking.
Paul, just close your eyes for a second. Fucking there you go. Picture yourself and your kids in the hot tub on like a nice summer night. It's in your backyard. Oh man, what a good time you're having.
I'm not arguing about this. It would be great.
So there we go. Yeah.
The biggest problem with the hot tub is that I don't have one.
Well, this is a fixable problem.
Yeah. Candy, A for alien, black. Right. Hot tub fund. Hashtag team hot tub.
There we go. This is better than whatever coffee table nonsense. Let's get into the hot tub fund. Except everybody's team hot tub.
You know what, Dave? You make a good point. I bet there's going to be clutter on the hot tub because there's going to be a cover and then people are going to put clutter on it.
I mean, but who puts clutter in a yard? Like on it, like for real. It's not like people are walking around the yard just
who
like,
puts clutter in a yard? I will take you on a walking tour of my neighborhood.
I mean, but this is it. This is your opportunity, Paul, to be a beacon, to be a light in the darkness. You can show how clean and crisp a yard and hot tub should be. You don't need clutter.
It will be
Actions speak louder than words.
My life will have to change drastically if my yard becomes the one in my little street that becomes the envy. We have some we have some retired people who
Yeah.
man, the state of their yard is very important to them.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I fully appreciate that.
Yeah. Anyway, on
Hey,
topic, says Scotty
on
Orange.
topic.
What sandwich condiments do you love? I mean, it depends on the kind of sandwich.
I mean, Paul knows this actually very well. I take sandwiches seriously. This
Yeah,
is
I was so like 2 weeks ago, I was like, I want a sandwich that Dave made. It was
Yeah.
literally a thought I had in my head.
I remember the first time I'm like, Paul, I'm gonna make you a good sandwich. Like you don't know what a
This
good
is
sandwich
no
is.
lie.
And Paul was like, all right, whatever. And then I made it, and you were like, oh, okay, well, shit. I guess I didn't understand what a good sandwich was because
Yeah,
this
no.
sandwich is amazing. Yeah.
You
It depends. Depends on the meat. I'm a big fan of piri sauce. I think mayonnaise is almost a set like on so many sauce. It just adds.
depends on the kind of
richness to that.
sandwich.
Yeah. I don't know if butter counts as a condiment.
Is cheese a condiment?
No, cheese definitely isn't a condiment. It honestly it depends on the sandwich.
I was going
like
to say it's going to obviously, yeah, it's going to depend.
yeah, like it could be a good barbecue sauce, a sweet chili sauce, chili oil. It really depends on, but mayonnaise is one that almost any sandwich can benefit from mayo because it just adds a depth and a richness to it. And in my opinion, almost any sandwich can benefit from some kind of hot sauce, something maybe milder like a Valentina's or a Tapio, or something spicier if you're going for it. It depends on the beer, but it just adds. And you don't want to add too much hot sauce because you don't want to overpower what's there. You just want to complement it. So you got to judge your audience, your eaters, and go. Multiple meats, that's key. You want to have multiple meats so you have complementary flavors, and a cheese that complements the meats. And yeah,
and I want crisp vegetables and yeah, yep.
Bacon.
You didn't mention I like a good mustard as well.
A good, very excellent, Paul. Yes, thank you. A good mustard is great. Yes, French's or like just a regular yellow mustard if you got nothing better, but a good like prepared hot mustard is probably better. That's what I would go for. Now here's a question: would you count sauerkraut as a condiment or
no? It's
an
not
ingredient
a
of the sandwich.
No, because you don't squeeze it. There's no squeezing or spooning. I feel like
it's in the wheelhouse of pickles more than
or like an onion or like it's
yeah.
Reggio's.
Oh my goodness, Reggio's, you've been so generous tonight.
Generous
this is insane.
Supporter of the channel, $10.
Yeah.
Hear you lots of bills to pay now. Here's something towards those. Well, thank you for. We do have bills, and that will help.
There just seems to be more and more of those.
That's right.
Okay, Shannon, your shocking ignorance. Like the thing with mayo goes with hot sauce so well, and I know that Shannon is a connoisseur of hot sauces, as am I.
So it'll be interesting because I've actually in my last number of years something's changed in me, and I now order everything without mayo, I should say. I'm a non-mayo. Although I do some depending on the sandwich, I put mayo on for myself. But as a general rule, like on a burger or on whatever kind of sandwich a restaurant's gonna make, I don't trust them with the mayo.
Well, I mean that's fair
because sometimes some people do mix-ins with mayo, and that's no good. Yeah. I don't want mayo mix-ins, and also, and if there's lots, too much mayo ruins the whole thing.
It can. It's like that is always the problem with any restaurant or fast food or anything, right? Like but when you personally control, like I find mayo.
When I personally control, there's a little bit is nice. Yeah. All right.
Sour cream's another one. Like sour cream is just it just adds depth. It's just a flavor enhancer. Like there's very few things that sour cream doesn't, if used correctly, enhance the experience because it just adds a ton of umami and depth to flavor. We're getting way off. I obviously have strong feelings about this.
So that would be honestly, you could have a
Yeah.
sandwich. You could have a YouTube sandwich channel. That could be a thing you could do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Liam. In other words, a connection between rat and brain neurons.
Okay, there was a time, Paul, where my sister, whom I love, was just like, I don't like sandwiches. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't like sandwiches? She's like, I don't like sandwiches. I'm like, that can be anything. A sandwich can taste like anything.
Yeah.
That's like saying I don't like cake. I don't like pie. I don't like meat.
It's actually,
right?
It's even more broad than those things. Yeah, it's more like on the lines of I don't like meat.
I don't like ham sandwiches. I don't like beef sandwiches. I don't like hamburger. Like, what do you mean you don't like sandwiches?
Right?
Because a sandwich
Ice
can
cream
taste
sandwich?
like literally anything.
Yeah, like which one of these? Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it was an argument between us for
that's
several
an audacious
years.
Statement. Yeah. And irresponsible, frankly.
That's just somebody. This is back in the days before, but that was just, internet, the people who take a stand when it's like, well, what do you mean?
Right.
This is just a pose. This is just you're just trying to be different. Yeah.
It's engagement farming is what we call that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah.
Chip, actual neurons grown on a chip.
Fascinating.
With great implications to what you're talking about, the transcapacitor, which is a more sophisticated interface for this kind of work.
Extremely interesting because I get that this neural connectionist type of machine that was built from transcapacitors had a biological interface on it.
No,
what does that mean?
Apparently
You just invented that right now because Arch said a thing and then you said, yeah, we have that feature too.
Mel did it better. Yeah, I've got a biological interface. What biological interface? What the fuck does that mean? You piss on it and it turns on? What is it? What are you talking about?
I mean, we're manufacturing these things according to the specs, and they've got connectors that we aren't even using, but we still manufacture them that way because why not?
You know what a biological interface is, Paul?
What's that, Dave?
This guy right here with a little, click button on this flashlight. I can turn off and on. That's a biological interface. Are we talking about that? Or are we talking about the matrix where you plug into your brain and go in?
Because they're growing. It's just they're growing neurons on chips, and I was going to let it slide, but it's like, why would you? Why, if you're growing neurons, why are you putting it on chip form?
Yeah. Have you been watching Murderbot?
I started. I didn't love it. Are you loving it?
Oh yeah, big into it.
So
I feel like you should.
So I watched the first two, and that's it.
Give it another chance.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, Apple TV has a good track record.
Yeah.
So all right.
Now, to be fair, I love the books.
Well, that's what gave me hope was that it's anything that's based on a book. I'm like, okay, you know how it's going to end.
And they're like novellas. They're very short. You can read it.
Yeah,
they've been cheating, but it's like I think if you trust me, Paul.
I do. Well, I
feel like if you get into it and go into it, I think you will really, really enjoy Murderbot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, I was going to go back. I just had no rush on. After the first two, I wasn't in a rush for the rest.
Watch it tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm ordering you.
Murderbot episode 3. No spoilers.
3 to 6 or 7 or whatever.
It seemed like it was in the family of like if you took the guy who wrote RoboCop and put him now. It seemed to me like it was that kind of commentary thing.
Well, I know Paul Verhoeven directed it. I don't know who wrote.
But like no, I mean literally the book is the sensibility. It felt like the sensibility of the author, of the source material, had the same sensibility that the author of RoboCop had back in the day.
I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
You haven't seen it.
No spoilers.
When you get in, you'll be like, "Oh no, this is awesome," and I very much identify.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
To augment the capabilities of a sentient species.
Look, I understand that your business, American Computer Company, was broken into. Now, when did that occur? And as a result of what do you think? Why did they?
Did they take the notebook? Dun, dun, dun.
Not the notebook. The consultant came in. Oh no. With the notes about how this technology works because I don't have the actual technology. You know, it was
Break
probably
into
those
your-
sons of bitches at Bell burying the competition.
Was those the people? They take it serious.
Yeah, they take it serious. Yeah.
Or IBM Kodak.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
business, Jack?
Well, I'll tell you, that was not a very pleasant experience. It was at the tail end of July, about a week after we posted the tentative article you talked about.
Right.
Why did you do that? Why did you post an article that all the stuff we're making we stole from aliens?
Because
Little
he's
over a
mad at
couple
his
days.
stockholders.
I mean,
And the
in
other
fairness-
just normal, sane employees of this presumable company, which
in
apparently
fairness,
existed.
I have a commerce degree, and
Yeah.
and different. It is important. Product differentiation is important, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah.
Especially
He
on
wants to
a
go for the cut.
especially on a commodity item like at that point a transistor. That's kind of a commodity item.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you got to create a differentiator. I get it. Okay, all right. I'm back on board.
I feel like in the late 90s, though, that was like now I actually think that would actually be a legitimate marketing strategy. In the late 90s, probably not so much.
No.
Probably not so much. Now, hammer pants? Oh, shit. That'll sell you some computers. Yeah.
No, what sold computers was that dude. It's a Dell. Was that guy?
Yeah.
And I would say about mid to late that week, we received a very strange facsimile transmission in our emergency tech support department. Came off.
I'm gonna count that as Art got a fax.
Art
I
got a
don't know
fax.
I don't know if anyone has that on their bingo cards.
I mean, I do.
Oh, your bingo card went away.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It's not even remotely close to being filled.
All right. Well,
I could reshare it with you, but
No, I don't
honestly,
care.
I'm so
We
far
don't-
out of it.
but yeah. If I feel like the guest got a fax, that's close enough to
Yeah.
that Art got a fax.
Yeah. The bingo is a kind of a write-off tonight.
What looked
But
like
hey,
one
Paul,
of our.
you know what's not a write-off? The super chat
chats?
we just got from the Brain Cramp.
Why don't you
Now
read this
number 3 in the
in the rankings?
in
Of
the
who we love?
Apologia rankings.
Who do we love? All right.
Kellyanne! And who loves you?
Yep. Thank you.
I got you, buddy. I get
Thank
you
you.
references.
Yeah.
That's a fucking amazing movie. Oh my
is.
god, I love that movie so much. Yeah. Brain Cramp says, I make my mayo with transcapacitors. What about transconducers? Also my coffee and my computer and my biology textbook.
Yes. They are
But the
that
trick-
versatile.
Brain Cramp,
That's right.
how are those transcapacitors interfacing with the rods and cones in your eyes and the various colors they all see and the images they store? That's what inquiring minds want to know.
How quickly can your coffee table send a sofa full of books to New
Yes.
York?
Yes. I mean, that's
That's the real question.
a real question.
Mhm.
Computing.
You know what
Right.
really bugs me, Paul?
What's that?
The glare on my Flash Gordon poster in the back. I'm gonna have to at some point,
Yep.
like, just
Anti-glare.
completely redo. Even though this is my home office, that most of the time is used for entirely non-streaming purposes, because this is the only time I'm ever on camera is when I'm just with you. It just bugs me every time I see it.
You might need a dry mount.
Maybe.
Although that would still be reflective.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Might have to but even you got your black background setup, which is visually appealing, but you can't show off any of the stuff behind you.
I can.
Oh yeah, there's that one green blur. Over
There's-
there's another green blur. I forgot you have a board cube back there. That's very cool.
We got the Grogu.
Yeah, I don't see
hold on.
Grogu.
Hold on, Mr. Complainer Pants.
I'm not complaining. I'm just pointing out
You are
true
being a complainer pants. And
Uh-huh.
so we're gonna
jokes
Oh,
on you.
yeah.
I'm not wearing pants.
so we'll do this and then we'll,
Okay.
we'll turn the
So I'm looking at that. Like, I'm picturing Grogu in my mind. I'm really thinking hard
Uh-huh.
here. I'm trying.
Look, I
No, I'm
changed the
looking.
colors.
Yeah.
So
I'm
now
looking.
people can see the things. I mean, it's blurry because of the focus.
Just like point your finger. Which one of those is Grogu?
Right above my head, right here. Oh, there. Grogu. Right there.
The kind of like the bigger.
This thing right here is Grogu.
Okay. Okay.
And this is a C3PO, piggy
Okay.
bank
It's shiny golden. Yeah.
from
that
50
I
years
can see.
old. Over, I mean, all of these you can't see are vintage Star Wars action figures.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a Han Solo blaster.
Which that's a very cool
And
thing that I want
yeah,
to
all those things. So
murder
over
you
here,
and
some
steal.
Gary I got my volume 3 of Gary Habermas's book, right
Why would
there.
okay? That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
Are
I can do things.
you gonna read that?
Volume 3, maybe not actually, because it's did you? I don't know if you saw any of the videos on it and stuff.
I did.
But,
Those are. I mean, I watch all of your videos because they're all great.
yeah,
But I
literally.
did actually also especially watch
Mhm.
some of the Gary Habermas ones.
Well, the volume 3, it turns out he was promising all this, how great it was going to be. There was going to be all his sources and stuff.
Yes.
And it turns out he just took his index cards from the 70s of saying,
Yeah.
like he,
yeah.
and then published his notes on which other books. So do I get to see the quote of what the other author said? No, it's just a page number in another book that if you go find that other book, you will, I promise you.
This is
it will.
The true story is the Gary Habermas came up in a group chat that you and I are both in with people
that's
who
right.
are in this chat tonight. And that's what made me go. And I'm like, who the fuck is Gary Habermas? So I'm like, went and I watched your videos on Gary Habermas. And so I'm fully caught up.
He's an angry Santa.
And
anyway, volume 3 of his book is
I loved the you know, where he's a guest on the show and there's people who are clearly supporting his work and going, and he just has like the shittiest video quality. And I'm just like, this is clearly a 70-year-old man who does not care about whatever online. I'm like, this is like my dad doing an online interview. And it's like, yeah, no, this isn't going to sound good. No, he's probably using his phone. This is just very bad. Having this person on as a guest is a bad idea. Yeah. And but you're sticking with it. You got him on for a half hour. Good for you. Yeah.
For those who, someone's asking what volume 4 is. Literally his musings about. So volume one, evidence for the resurrection. Volume 2, refutations of people who think it's not true.
Yeah.
Volume 3 is a copy of his index cards and a list of other books you could read if you wanted to learn, but not the
something that would generally be included in the back.
So if you own, say, software that searches things, that's better. And then volume 4 is his musings. It's just his thoughts about the 14 years he spent writing the books.
I mean, in some ways, that's generally what you actually want when you read it's an editorial. It's like, okay, what's your opinion on all this?
Yeah.
But yeah.
So
musings makes it sound unedited and rambling. That's
I mean, it's his word, not mine. So all right, cool. All right, back to the I'm not saying thank you, Kip, because I do not feel like my life was in any way enriched by learning about Gary Habermas and his various lifelong obsessions. Yeah. So ZM depends on which country you're
Paul,
in.
Hey, Paul, what country do you live in? Just quick reminder.
Canada.
Yeah, so ZM.
Maybe ZM lives in the America.
I don't care where ZM lives, even though they're wonderful and we're glad they're here. This country,
ZM gave American $5, so I'm going with Z.
Okay, fine. Yes, you're right.
This is the first toast to toast stream I've watched, says ZM. And I have no idea what's going on. LOL. Cheers to you both. Paul, I love your work. You've taught me a lot. Well, not tonight.
Not tonight. This is Paul's other side. This is we're tails on the coin here. Yeah, this is where we get to see the
Just like the enjoyment and the laughs, we assure you that any actual learning is unintentional.
It's unintentional. Yeah. Any facts? Shannon tried, bless her heart.
Shannon tried, bless her heart.
And I just talked over her when she was trying to impart actual facts.
That's right.
Hey, Bella.
Could be used for ground development or airborne development of a flight control system or communication
Oh,
control system.
you want to hear a sad
Apparently,
story, Paul?
either
I want to hear Art. Tell me.
Okay. A friend of mine, this is rough. We'll go, had to unfortunately put her four-legged furry friend down. It was canine cancer.
No.
It was rough. I know she was watching earlier. I don't know if she's watching still anymore, but that's you love them. They're here for they're good time. They love a lot, but that's the sad reality of being a dog owner. You are going to outlive that companion who can sometimes get you through some tough times and go.
Yeah,
and love so
I'm
much,
not sure
but
why you're bringing any of that up. I think that's something. The mortality of our pets is not really something we needed to know from you.
Well, I just wanted, I know she was watching earlier. Bria, it's like, yeah, I've, sorry this happened. I feel bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
if there's a connection to, I thought you were just in general laying out that people are okay.
No,
Gotcha.
But yes, just consolations to my friend. Not going to dox you on the internet, but that is a rough. Still, had their dog for a good long time, had a good long life. What are you gonna do?
A company that I used to work at. I worked on the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles DVDs.
Yes,
the very first DVD, because and we worked on cutting them and worked with George wanted to rework them into basically a series of movies instead, like that he would take like the 2 or 3 episodes that were like the same story and basically edit out redundancies and maybe you even shot some new things. Anyway, but I didn't realize that Albert Schweitzer was in one of them. So that's interesting because I actually worked on those things, but all I was in was my like dinosaurs on the ark are real, so that's all I need to know about Bible.
Yeah. Also, let's just circle back. I'm very curious, Kip, what criteria you were using to judge the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles as the greatest television show ever created, because I feel like we do not agree on that point. And I liked it. I liked Young Indiana Jones. I watched it. Was a big fan. I cannot even place that in my top 10 of greatest TV shows either.
Though I do know some people who would absolutely still place it in that top pantheon. So
Apparently, Kip's one of them.
But now I need to go look up. What Albert Schweitzer was doing on the show because I don't remember.
There you go.
Because even though I was a theist, that name meant nothing to me. So probably doesn't mean anything to you either. Maybe it doesn't.
I don't know who that is. I assume an agent for somebody.
So no, it was the first quest for the historical Jesus. He wrote a book that was quite revolutionary and still kind of it framed that, hey, maybe Jesus was an apocalyptic preacher instead of whatever it is that you think that he was. So, yep.
Okay.
By mistake or by intent, sent us a transmission describing some kind of an orbital-based platform known by the code name Sky Station.
Okay.
And
sorry, what?
Don't worry about the fact that my story sounds a lot like a movie you've all seen called Terminator 2, where they invent this stuff at Skynet. I'm doing something entirely different. It's called Sky Station.
Sky Station.
That's not like Skynet at all.
Yeah. It sounds like when the subway becomes an elevated train for 3 blocks and we just throw that name on it. We had a super chat we missed a bit ago.
Oh no.
From Bernard B.
Oh, too far away. I'm sorry, Bernard.
For 20 European dollars, aka euros. While you look for that, I'll just read it out.
Oh, I was literally just letting you read it out. I was fixing.
I was so disappointed when Alex O'Connor asked Dale Allison about the best natural explanation for the resurrection stories. He talked about the stolen body theory. You have to convince him that the minimal facts are better.
So I don't know about if you listen to that whole interview, there's a few times where Dale borders on minimal witnesses stuff. He does say, well, maybe you could say there was a couple of witnesses and they do that. So he actually, I feel, in a way, so I have presented my minimal witnesses theory to Dale Allison. We've talked about it. I feel like he was giving me a bit of a head nod at some points in the interview, but you're right. He absolutely did go with stolen body because he and I disagree greatly. He thinks that there is good reason to think that the Joseph Arimathea story has at least some kernel of historicity to it, and I definitely disagree. He thinks that I'm rational to disagree, but that's just the way that goes. That's a lot of other channel stuff happening right now. And now I've forgotten what timestamp I'm supposed to go to. Shoot. But thank you so much for. I agreed. I was sad in Dale Allison's interview for him to go with Stolen Body too. That was a disappointing time.
Fair enough, Kip. Kip has explained to me that Young and Jones is the only television show in history to feature a bona fide biblical scholar. That I can understand then why it would be Kip's favorite show of all time. That does not, bump it into me.
It also had the first computer generated graphics on television.
For a TV show?
Yep. So there's at one point in one of the episodes a stained glass window comes to life in a church. And
right.
That was done CG. So this was a little after Willow had used the effect on the big screen, and a few others had done it. But it was the first time on TV that anyone did that.
Do you forget a little show called Max Headroom?
True enough.
True enough.
And how could I? How could I?
How dare you? Hey, Paul.
Sophisticated interface.
Yep.
Bloody Orange has paid $2 to say Jesus was a Weekend at Bernie's situation.
Yep.
I like Weekend at Bernie's too, where you play the music and he starts dancing and moving towards.
We've done that thing where my chat breaks after a certain amount of time, so I'm going to refresh. I'm just refreshing so that
enhance.
Anyway, I'm sorry that we weren't able to put that up on screen, but Dave read it out eloquently and with wisdom.
I did. So, I was drinking even before the stream started, and I'm still reading these clearly.
You are
fucking prodigy.
All right, I need more art.
There you go.
Kind of work.
Extremely interesting because I get that this neural connectionist type of machine that was built from transcapacitors had a biological interface on it. It was apparently intended to augment the capabilities of a sentient species.
Look, I understand that your business, American Computer Company, was broken into. Now, when did that occur?
Sorry,
and as a result of what do you think? Yep. Why did they break into your business, Jack?
Well, I'll tell you, that was not a very pleasant experience. It was at the tail end of July, about a week after we posted the tentative article you talked about.
Right.
A little over a week, a couple days passed. And I would say about mid to late that week, we received a very strange facsimile transmission in our emergency tech support department. It came off of what looked like one of our embedded computing.
You don't have a product yet. How do you have an emergency? All right.
Right. Something that could be used for ground development or airborne development of a flight control system or communications control system. Mm-hmm. And it had apparently, either by mistake or by intent, sent us a transmission describing some kind of an orbital space platform known by the code name Sky Station.
Okay.
And this platform, which we have since learned is some kind of a weapons-based platform, we don't know entirely all the details. We have consultants who work for us on professional service.
Also called a Death Star.
So we got a fax.
Yep. You got a fax.
We got a fax that was, I guess, like blueprints or some kind of plans.
Right.
Like, it's a little vague, but whatever. Yep. It was just plans. This orbital weapons platform.
Yep.
Called Sky
Death
Station.
Star. Sky Station. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Let's not get into any copyright issues. This isn't just Skylab with some guy with a hunting rifle. This is the real deal, Paul. Yeah.
It's not like a James Bond villain. Right. Nope.
I guess. And so he just got this fax of these plans, or okay, yeah.
So what I'm reading this going is that their product has become sentient and is sending them plans that people the people are, hey, they're using me to make a weapon, and so someone faxed the home office. That's what I think happened.
I mean, maybe it's possible. Yeah.
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 Who worked at Spar, Raytheon, or General Dynamics, where subsystems for this thing were built. The facsimile was transferred to us, indicating that the device was in the process of either failure or being taken offline for the purpose of retasking.
This space-based weapon system.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, we didn't know it was a
It's not a Death Star.
space-based weapon system. We just
I'm not an alien. I just have to, Paul.
Yes.
Mark. No, the Houston Oilers are not the Texans. The Houston Oilers became the Tennessee Titans. There are the Houston Texans, but that
It
is
was an
not
expansion
the same
franchise, right?
Yeah, so the Houston Oilers moved to Tennessee, became the Tennessee Titans, and the Houston Texans, who are now an NFL team in Houston, are a completely different, kind of thing. Sort of like the Winnipeg Jets, right? It's a very similar.
And
issue.
they became the New York Jets.
Yeah, it became the New York Jets, and their captain was Benny.
That's right.
Yeah.
Recognized the form of the transmission, grew alarmed because normally the type of transmission that was sent us, which was a type of specialized error message, would be.
I want to say that. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
The Winnipeg Jets became
you say your thing because I'm about to go off on something totally different.
The Winnipeg Jets became the Coyotes, the Arizona Coyotes, who became the Utah Hockey Club.
Yeah, the Phoenix Coyotes.
Well, they started as the Phoenix Coyotes. They renamed themselves the Arizona Coyotes in a Saskatchewan Roughriders situation.
Yeah,
and then they became the Utah Hockey Club, a team with no name, who are now the Utah Mammoth. But
which have one of the coolest logos in the NHL. Just throw that out there.
For some reason, they decided we don't want to keep the records of like Timu Solani is like was our top record player. So they're trying to, and I'm upset because I think that they shouldn't have the right to like reset their records. I mean, no, you were that franchise, and so you got to stick with, you got to stick with it. You got a Robert Carlyle in your past.
Then inherit all of the records of like Timu Solani, like.
Dale Howardchuk. You got a Dale Howardchuk in your history. That's
yeah.
Anyway,
Timu Solani was you know what? He never won a cup, which killed him. But I think he's an underappreciated.
Oh, I agree. Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was your rant about?
What was I about? Yeah. Okay. So I've seen a lot of shit talk in chat tonight about harp and how nobody ever gets to click off harp on their spot, and it's in the Art Bell bingo. You know what, chat? Multiple times I have pitched a harp-based episode to my co-host Paul, and every time he's like, "No, we're not doing this. We're doing this other one." And in his defense, it's because everybody on this show who fucking talks about harp is just the most like boring, dry Dwight Schrute, but not even that charismatic, like horrible guest to listen to. It's interesting if you're interested in harp and that whole subgenre of conspiracy theories, which I personally am. But yes, I should probably just knock it off the bingo because we're never going to get to.
It's not crazy enough.
But it is. Like if you get into it, it's really fucking crazy. Like it's full on mind control.
Sorry, it's not personality filled enough.
No, that's it. There's nobody talking about it who is eloquent or charismatic or has a good Anyways, yes, I will find candy. Yes, I will take it off the bingo cards because you're probably right. We're never going to hear it, but you never know. It was a really big thing in the 90s.
It has come up a non-zero number of times in the bingo. It has come up
where people reference it because it's a thing. So you know what? This is my show. This is mine and Paul's show, and we're keeping harp on the bingo cards, and all of you can suck it. And you just live with harp on your bingo cards and love it. Enjoy the free show we're giving you. Enjoy the harp on your bingo cards and just say thank you and move
Actually,
on.
honestly, I
That's
do
what
think this
say.
might be right. I think it's been mentioned a couple of times that we thought, oh, too bad we're not doing bingo tonight.
It actually has that.
Yeah, I think that's how that.
Yeah,
I think
that is
YT is
actually-
correct. I think that's how
That is
that has
actually, we're
gone.
like, oh shit,
Yeah.
we did bingo. And arms come up. That sounds very familiar,
Yep.
actually. Now that you
Yep.
say it like that, yeah.
Yep.
So,
Thank you, YT.
so you know what, Candy? I apologize. You're probably right. Yeah.
Timothy Harmon sent us another super chat. Appreciate you. The alien steering our tech communication
Why is anyone still watching?
and mimeographed.
It's like go off on a
Not
rant.
even the electric one, it's the hand crank one. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. It's the purple ink. That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Timothy. I love that. That made me laugh.
Oh.
Appreciate it. Oops. We have another one from the Brain Cramp.
Yeah.
$5 super chat. It's a bootstrap paradox. Transcapacitors Borg went back in time and crashed, and the transcapacitors were harvested. Became the Borg. That is what it is. Literally, it's the time loop situation.
Yep. There you
that
go.
He's going for.
I feel like isn't
out
it
in
like
an
that,
emergency
doesn't it give like time travel shit later on? I
don't know. I haven't. This is like we're way past where I heard, but it
Yeah.
wouldn't surprise me because how do you literally are talking about?
We did miss a chat from Kip. Mark pointed out. Yeah, Kip never says anything important.
Oh, that's because that was during when
the Dead Screen Scrolls were written thousands of years ago, Kip. Nobody cares.
Okay, so Kip, actually I'm not reading this one.
I'll read it.
No.
I'm heading to bed very satisfied in the unimpeachable fact that the Oilers suck. Wow. Good night, everybody. And he's left, so you can't even reply. He dropped the mic. That's it. It's the only reference we need to make to that tonight. Moving on.
Yeah, fuck. All right.
Sorry. Nope. I'm thinking about it when Homer came out of the hedge in Simpsons and how funny it was. That's what I'm laughing about.
What is this show about?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know. Rosina.
Do you mean the Art Bell episode? Do you mean Toast to Toast?
Like just in general? Can we listen to art? I mean,
the Art Bell episode we're covering is someone who, the CEO of a company who's openly trying to tell investors,
yes.
Look, we have a notebook that we stole from Roswell of how to make alien technologies, and if you'd like to invest in us, we will make those alien technologies for your benefit and profit.
Yeah, I can't show you the notebook, but trust me.
Show you the notebook. We're waiting to find out if when someone broke into their office, did someone take the notebook?
It's pretty great. It's pretty great notebook. There's a lot of really cool pictures in it of maybe neural networks and whatever thing Art mentions next. Yeah, it has that too. Yeah. Oh, should we listen to some more Art, Paul?
I don't know. My mood's been soured.
Like, for instance, if something was being shot down, if it had a collision, or if it was being stabilized, feared with natural disaster or something. So we grew a little bit alarmed because we figured this is something that obviously was in the hands of the military, sending us a transmission to our fax machine, perhaps erroneously, but probably due to the fact that we put emergency diagnostic procedures in our computer systems, which have tables of telephone numbers to call. And we receive this transmission, and when I look at it, my staff look at it.
I think is this getting closer to the scenario I pitched where the computer itself leaked the data to you?
I guess he's got tables of telephone numbers in their system.
That you need to call it an emergency.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yep.
At it, we do a kind of collective double take, and here is only a matter of days since the article was published on our website, and we figure out now how are we going to tell whoever owns this that we've just received this emergency error message, this emergency we're shutting down message from this Sky station. So intriguingly, I get on the phone and I start making phone calls. I start by calling local military.
Wait. So he's getting. So it's not like blueprints or plans about Sky Station.
He got an error message. He got an alert.
from Sky Station
From Sky Station.
that were shutting down some kind of air, and for some reason that was faxed
Yeah.
to American Computer Company,
Yep.
as he himself says, probably by mistake.
Right. Which has
Why
now
would it-
alerted him to the presence of the Sky Station.
Why would it have your number out of all the numbers? Why would okay? Anyways, just it's very lucky. He's just a very lucky guy, I guess. That
Or unlucky, because now the people are going to know. It'd be
Yeah.
like, would you want to accidentally get a fax of like a mafia boss's tax returns? No, you wouldn't.
you know what? And I feel bad because he's clearly about to explain all this, so it makes sense, and we're cutting him off
um,
because he's a rational, sane man.
I mean,
who
yeah,
decides-
but I mean, this makes sense. So, okay, I'm just gonna call it the Death Star. You accidentally get like an error message from the Death Star,
Mhm.
and like, well, should I call up Darth Vader and let
Yeah.
him know,
Nope.
or do you want him to find that out without you telling him?
Or I'm going to call somebody in the corporate sector and just sort of like send them a fax.
So, yeah, like there's no guarantee that it's something you don't want to receive. I get it.
Yeah. Rebels attacking, probably dead.
Yeah.
Call I try to reach someone at the Pentagon. It turns out at 5:43 in the evening and 6:30 in the evening is everybody's going home. Apparently they suspend all activities and people go home. I know they closed the Pentagon.
A real thing I learned exists this week.
Yeah.
There's I forget the name of the website, but what they do is they track the delivery rates of pizzas near important government buildings in Washington, D.C. It's a real website. They do real scientific data of pizza
Okay.
deliveries in different government buildings. And they've been doing this for years and years, and it is absolutely a predictors of wars and attacks and bills and other things that happen in Washington D.C. where
when all of a sudden there's like 12 people ordering pizzas at 11 o'clock.
So like the
on a
Pentagon
Friday
is suddenly getting a whole bunch more pizzas delivered is a predictor of
something's going on.
Of attacks. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. It's hilarious.
In these days of downsizing and budget reductions, they closed the Pentagon to the public. So, in any event, we ultimately gave
budget reductions. They closed the Pentagon to the public. Okay, whatever. I'm not American. I feel like the Pentagon pretty much closed to the public.
It's not. They don't have a tourist wing. I don't think.
I mean, I don't know.
Do they have a gift shop? I don't know. I've never been. Nope.
I'm pretty sure the Pentagon is the biggest building in the world by like just square footage.
Is it?
I think so.
Oh, okay. That's not something I knew.
To the Central Intelligence,
they work 24 hours.
Well, I gather they're covering all times. Got a very friendly voice on them and explained in detail the situation. I don't know if they use voice monitors to tell whether or not they're telling the truth, but this guy must have decided that or he recognized my name, or somebody had a dossier on me. He directed where to call and who the asset belonged to. So I contacted Langley Air Force Base.
Yes.
Which is probably, in my recent memory, the most harrowing phone conversation I ever had. I reached Sergeant James, and I got one of the more skeptical individuals I've ever seen.
Did your space weapon email me an error code?
Yeah. Fax me an error code. Hey, Sergeant James. I know this is outside of normal business hours.
Probably trying to get home to the family. I get it, but
yeah. You're busy trying to order Domino's, but your space weapons platform based on alien tech and transconducers is faxing me. And it's about to fail. So,
right.
Just want to let you know about that. You might want to check up on Sky Station, which I think is a James Bond movie.
I was thinking the same. Yeah.
With explain to him why I, a member of the public, am calling about a military transmission to my computer company's emergency tech support fax machine. He's never heard of the company. This call is in the evening hours, and it sounds like someone who is either pulling some kind of or someone trying to figure out some secret military information, maybe somebody whom he should send out someone to have arrested. I don't know. So we spend about a half an hour on the phone, and I'm now driving along in my car with my car phone talking to this guy, and he's telling me after a while, they'll put me through to somebody.
Ooh, a car phone. I had to name drop that too. I got a car phone. Very important. I got a car phone.
Very important. Very important deal. Yeah. I'm calling you right now from my car phone, Sergeant James. So you should probably pay attention. Yeah. Listen to your betters.
I get through to somebody, and I get the first 3 words of the fax out of my mouth, and he interrupts, tells me I should pull over by the side of it. He tells me I should take this fax and I secure it by whatever means I can. He asks me to read the codes.
Like put a rock on it, like just to make sure it doesn't blow out my convertible with my car phone or
No,
what?
Paul, he means make sure there's no Russians around.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
You look to the left and you look to the right. And if anybody's drinking vodka or eating pierogi, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
That crazy like foot dance, where they're like down on their knees doing it, dead giveaway.
That's right. Or if they have a nesting doll.
Mm-hmm. A big fur hat.
Yep. And if you think someone's lying to you, you say, beet borscht is the best borscht, you say.
Yeah.
And then they won't let that stand.
And if they're a female assassin wearing black latex, it's probably too late for you.
Red room, you're too late.
You're too late. Too late. Just burn the facts. Burn the documents. It's the best thing you can do.
Tells me
you secure that fax, son. You secure that fax.
You secure the fax. You're already compromised.
Shouldn't share it with any, and that I should keep it secured and someone will pick it up later. I say, okay, it's very authoritative.
Why? Why do they need to pick it up later? You can just burn it?
Yeah.
Whatever
you do, do not go on late night radio, listen to roughly 4 million people, and talk about it. It is called Yushenka. Very good candy. I have one of those. Do you have a fancy fur hat, Paul?
I used to.
With like the ear flaps and everything?
I used to. It wasn't a good one, and so the fur fell out.
Mine's a good one. Where I live is very cold for like half of the year. Yeah. In that it is equivalent to Siberia. And that's not.
Yeah. No, I mean on the news, the weather at some point is measured in how many seconds until you die.
Yeah. Well, your skin freezes. It won't kill you immediately, but eventually it will kill you.
But that is on the news. How many seconds until your skin freezes?
Yeah, they start giving the weather in the morning where it's like, oh yeah, skin will freeze in this many seconds. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Sure, whatever, Scotty. We crossed off Atlantis. Just whatever. Go for
car phone. Somebody gave him my phone number. This was on a callback.
At this point, they have your attention.
Oh, yeah. So I continue with the fax. I get home and I keep it. Go to work the next day. Business as usual. And about 3/4 of the way through the day, I'm getting curious. Why hasn't anyone called me to pick up whatever this is?
Perfect paying the audience up. That's what we're going to do. We'll be right back to you after the top of the hour. Jack Shulman from American Computer Company is my guest. The man who made change.
Pick up that fax. It's almost as if everything he's saying is a lie. But it's not.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah.
So we're coming up on
it's 4 hours.
On our 4 hours. And we came to the ad break there in the show. Do we press on for a while? Do we I
mean, I've got to give blood in 8 hours. You tell me what you want to do. Do you know, here's a fun fact. They ask you all kinds of questions when you give blood. They never ask how much of you drank in the last 24 hours, which I think is probably an oversight on their part, but they don't. So here we go. You tell me. I think it's 6 a.m. where you live. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that well, maybe that's a good point to end it. Or do we want resolution on what happened to this piece of paper? Do we need to?
I mean, yeah, we probably do.
All right, let's get resolution on this fact story, and then we'll play it better.
I don't know
The
how you
computer
could
world.
justifiably mark off number stations, Mark Berghoff, but I'm all for it. If you can explain to me in chat how
Number stations, no.
Yeah.
Forevermore and our world generally forevermore.
Also
But the transcapacitor in a device as large as your mouse, the mouse you use to manipulate your computer, could literally transfer from one side of the country to the other the contents of the entire World Wide Web. To give you
Art did not understand anything that was said. Those are none of those are even the claims that were made. Oh my gosh.
It's crazy
Art.
But I bet they will be now.
I love you, Art, but none of those were the claim. First of all, yeah, go ahead.
I can't remember the name of the guy who's some stand-up comedian has a TikTok channel. He had like the TikTok the Senate TikTok hearings, and he kept doing. He'd like go down to.
Oh yeah. I love that guy.
A baby can vote. You're saying a baby has TikTok and can vote in elections, and the baby controls the salary now?
It's the TikTok Senate hearings all over again with Art here.
Yeah.
None of those were the claim, Art.
Yeah. No, that's not what we're saying at all.
Nope.
Yeah.
Some idea of what we're talking about. A sentient machine? Probably. A storage? Speed? That's what human beings are made up of. That's what our brain is. Storage and speed and maybe something more. I guess we're going to find out. Anyway, here's Jack.
I'm actually genuinely glad that Shannon isn't here now to respond to that. What's the brain? It's storage.
It's just storage and speed. That's all it is.
Storage and speed. It's what the brain does. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nothing else but.
I mean, maybe something more, but no one can say.
No one can say.
Yep.
Yeah.
Giving some identifying numbers to somebody on the telephone past the CIA. The person is telling Jack, secure this document. And from there, what occurred, Jack?
Well, it was interesting. We were in the middle of a little bit of stormy weather, and I was crossing the Hudson River. You been to New York at all?
Yes.
You know what the Hudson River can be like to cross, particularly on a bridge.
Sure.
In the middle of some stormy weather. Phone that I was using kicked out.
I mean, I've crossed the Hudson Bridge, so that's not. It's not like more difficult than other rivers to cross.
No, you know what the Hudson's like, Paul. On a bridge?
I mean, I thought he was going to say he swam it or something. That would be a big deal, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The individual decided at that moment he was in classical fashion going to not bother to call me back.
I mean, I didn't have a cell phone in 1998, or a car phone, I should say, in 1998.
But you had a bridge, right?
Mm-hmm. But maybe he was. Maybe he was talking about how hard it is to, I don't know.
Told me that I should secure this and keep it from any public contact.
You could throw it in the Hudson. That'd be safe. No one would ever read it after that.
Discuss it further over a telephone.
Maybe he thought you hung up on him.
Possible. And so what I don't think he realized was that the phone I was using was a computer-based telephone, which I keep in my car. I was able to dial back in and find the extension.
So speaking of pedantry.
Yeah.
Mark Fernkov wants to know, literally the Sky Station was transmitting numbers. If that's not a number station, then what is it? I feel like this might be a point.
Okay, well, it sent a fax. All right. If we want to get into it, I'm usually all for ticking off things.
But here's the thing. So it said that the Death Star there had a Rolodex of numbers.
Yeah.
To call in case of an emergency. So no, it wasn't transmitting numbers, but it was a station. What is a number station in your mind for the bingo card?
Okay, so a number station. I want to give this to Mark because I want somebody to win bingo tonight. And it's not going to be me. But a number station is a legitimate thing. It's a radio station that you could tune any radio to listen to. And it's just a voice reading out numbers.
I forgot. I have heard about that. Okay, yeah.
This is a real thing.
No, so yeah, No, Mark. Sorry, yeah. I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
It would usually be a repeating sequence of numbers with some kind of music or something in between, and the sequence of numbers would repeat again, and it would just go on all the time, forever. And then sometimes numbers would change. And it's generally accepted that this was used by various spy agencies in the world as a way to transmit codes. And it's because you can't, so anybody can listen to this. You can't tell who's listening to it. But if you don't know what the numbers mean, it means nothing to you. It's just numbers. You can listen on YouTube. There's literally hundreds of recordings of number stations. This is a very real thing that existed in the world. And it was these radio stations that just had a voice reading out random numbers. That's what a number station is.
Yep. No,
there were many conspiracy theories about what these were. Yeah. That's what a number station is.
Working on, which is one of the little-known features of the federal telecommunications system I had some years ago worked on. Dialed right back to his desk, surprised the daylight.
I'm sure.
Said, well, I guess that indicates to you, anyway, that I must be a part of the computer industry. It must be real. What should I do? And he said, well, just stay calm and we'll come and get them. Don't worry. So the next day, as I mentioned, I went to work, and about 3/4 of the way through, I became a little concerned because here I have this hot potato in our possession, document which apparently has some kind of secrets and classified material and classified information on it.
Right.
I make a couple of frantic calls to the Pentagon. Again, I get a call back, and I'm told, okay, don't worry about it. Someone will get back to you. It's the end of the week, or I go on into the weekend. I take the material with me home, keeping it on my person like a loyal subject of the American Republic. And I'm wondering what's going to happen. And Saturday, I working at home, and Sunday I'm working at home, and I go into work on Monday, and I get there, and lo and behold, there is Vinny, maintenance, cleaning up what looks to be a whole bunch of glass in the doorway entrance to my office. I look at him, and he's looking at me kind of strangely. I'm realizing we don't have any door or entranceway glass. Completely blown out into shards of little tiny. But I'm telling you, when I say heavy-duty glass, I mean heavy glass. The lock has been and I go into the offices, and sure enough, various parts of the office have evidence of having been overturned, examined, looked through. I stop everybody, because when people encounter something like this, they usually don't realize they're just spoiling an evidence. And so I try to stop Vinny, who's, for whatever reason, starts cleaning up the glass. I stop the people who'd gotten to the office for me, one of the secretaries, and stop people who were coming in. I get the local police department in Cranford on the phone, and I asked them if they'd mind coming up here. Turns out that Vinny had called them, but they hadn't come up. Apparently, he'd encountered this at about 5:30 in the morning, and he just reported it and didn't make a big to-do. The police didn't come up for a while. They finally did arrive, and we went through them walking around the office, taking pictures, filing the usual reports, taking statements from people who had really nothing much to tell them other than that, oh, this was overturned, that was overturned. We found a very strange pattern of theft, useless or valueless things, like a broken up old CD player.
What to take?
Well, almost like they just grabbed whatever they could to make it look like they were robbing them.
Okay.
Somebody who'd gone through our motion detectors in our lobby, our key card security system with the silent alarm, the motion detectors.
They're not going to steal. They're going to steal pages of faxes, but not the actual notebook that has the plans. That's my prediction.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, we're looking for the fax paper. We're not looking for the notebook of alien technology.
Detect the elevator when the alarms are set. The heavy-duty doors, both glass in the front and glass in our office, and had also then gone through breaking open several doors, and we have about 20 offices.
So this wasn't the Watergate group.
They were real good, whoever they were, because they didn't leave a single finger.
All right, well, that's CIA or Pentagon.
Well, somebody.
And so that's the end of that story.
I decided at that particular juncture, because I'm walking in with my briefcase, and in my...
You were already holding it for the CIA. Why would they? They knew you had it. They knew
you had it because you phoned them and told them.
And you had it on your. You said, "Okay, I'll keep it on my person." All right.
You know,
briefcases.
Paul.
Yeah, Dave.
It looks like Scotty Orange has a winner.
Okay.
Threw the card in there, and sure enough, Scotty Orange has a winning bingo. So the winner bingo tonight, Scotty Orange. Congratulations. You did it. So now we can stop.
Okay, fair enough. Well,
anytime you want.
We got closure to the story because he's just like, well, who was it? Well, I don't know. It was me. I think it was the CIA or somebody.
or
Nice.
somebody.
Yeah.
But they didn't take the notebook.
They didn't, or have the facts. So good deal.
Yeah.
But they stole some CD. They stole some stuff that didn't matter, which is how I
But they
knew.
stole all the TVs out of the break room.
Yeah.
As the CIA tends to do. Yeah. And
Yeah.
this really sweet boom box I had. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Dave. Do you have a joke for us?
Oh, Paul, have I got a joke for you?
Mm-hmm.
So I was traveling through the small town on the Canadian prairies.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was walking through town, in like the town square, the town center, there's this old guy sitting there next to a bull. Huge bull, biggest bull literally I've ever seen in my entire life. And they're just sitting there in the afternoon sun. And I walk up to this guy. So the thing was, I'm supposed to meet my friends traveling with for lunch, but I don't know what time it is. It wasn't wearing my watch. This was in the 90s. Didn't have a phone or anything like that. I go to this guy and say, "Hey, man, do you know what time it is?" He's like, let me see. He reaches over and he cups the testicles, Paul, of this huge bull. And I mean, these things, like, they're each the fucking size of a softball. Like, this bull is massive.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're a rural boy like you and I, like, bulls are big.
Yep.
And this is so he grabs these and he kind of like hefts them up, looks and he says, it's about 11:45. I'm like, really? He's like, yep. I'm like, okay. So I go rushing to the bar I'm supposed to meet my friends at. And sure enough, when I get there, it's like just before 12. And we have lunch and we have a couple beers. We're on vacation. So it's a little later by the time I finally get out. I'm walking back through the center of town. This old guy is still sitting there. And I go to him like, hey, man. He's like, yeah. I'm like, do you know what time it is now? He's like, right now? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I don't know. He reaches over, cups again this bull's testicles, kind of like lifts him up. He's like, it's about 3:15. I'm like, 3:15? He's like, yep, about 3:15. He's got a hat, he's got the cowboy hat and the shades, and he sort of pulls it down, takes a drag of his smoke. I'm like, okay, well, thank you. Go back to the motel where I stay with my friends. And as I walk through the lobby, it's about 3:27. So I'm like, well, holy crap, this guy was right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm amazed. So I have to go back, Paul. I walk back, and sure enough, this old guy's still sitting there next to his bull. And I say, hey, man. He's like, yeah. I'm like, I have to know. How do you know what time it is just by feeling a bull's testicles? He goes, oh, well, we got a little something special in this town here. I'm like, oh, yeah? He's like, yeah. He lifts the bull's nuts up and he says, see that clock tower just right over there? Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Well done. Well done, my friend.
Was it? I don't know about that.
Well, it happened.
Yeah. It happened. That's a thing that happened. The joke that was told on this YouTube channel. Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, with all that said, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out with us. We're so glad to do it. We will see you again soon, whenever it is we next have a show.
Sometime.
Later.
Good night. Good morning. And that's the end of our show.
And we're done.
And we're done.